Welcome everyone to the 5D Love Summit number 2. Are you looking for guidance, healing, and unconditional love at this time? Are you looking to be seen, heard, and held in love? Mother Earth is rebirthing and healing along with our animals, and it's a renaissance. So join us in the golden age. And 24 karat healing and our 5D guides are here to assist you during this uncertain time. So let's bridge the gap, strengthen our spiritual practices, and live in the light. Let's practice unconditional love in this 4-hour virtual event. Let's go higher and feel deeper. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our second go at the 5D Love Summit. And we're going to be here for about 4 hours. There's a little break in between, just so everyone can, stretch, dance, have a snack, whatever you need, just for a few minutes there at noon, just like we did last time. And please share this out, you guys. Share this out. Tag some people. Share the love. And first guest today is Suzanne Gundersen. She is not only a mentor, author, and speaker, she is a holistic stress mentor, speaker, and author. She teaches and coaches natural stress relief, self-regulation techniques to help anxious overthinkers and those with chronic stress get their lives back. Suzanne has decades, she struggled with anxiety and chronic stress, which I totally understand. It led her to seek holistic approaches, and in her toolbox, she uses energy tapping. That's her own unique system, and somatic recovery techniques. So you've got to go in to get out, and you can transform, and everything that's happening here is for a reason. Welcome, Suzanne, to the show. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you for having me, Christine. I'm delighted.
And where are you today? It is snowy in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and you are?
I am in very sunny South Florida. It's a 90-degree heat day today. It's beautiful. I was outside this morning, and it's beautiful.
That's wonderful. Yeah, polar opposites, but hey, it's all about the balance, right?
Always.
So, I thought it was really important to have a technique. Now, how did you come into tapping and creating your own system?
Well, great question. Like everyone, I think when you're on kind of your own healing journey, you're kind of looking for things that make you feel better. And I had exhausted years of mental mind therapy and a lot of pharmaceutical medications to help me overcome my chronic anxiety and stress. And I had left New York City, where I lived for most of my life, and moved to South Florida. First thing I found was a crystal garden center, and there was a hypnosis class there. And I got so excited about it. I went and studied it. And the next day I wanted to get certified in hypnosis. And from that, I was just starting to read about holistic natural tools. And from there, found out about neuro-linguistic programming and energy medicine. And that kind of just led me to emotional freedom technique, which is a form of energy tapping. And so I came into all these amazing tools really, truly to help myself first. I was my first client. So I really was using that to help me, get out of my own chronic stress, which was being an emotional overeater and, have an anxiety disorder, and really learn to regulate myself. So I came into tapping that way. And it just has transformed my whole life. And that's why I say, if I can do it, anybody can do it. I know everybody hears that, but it's so true. It's like, for me, who had, no worthiness, no self-esteem, just completely lost and confused, and, just was living like in a box of Oreos all day long and ice cream and crazy stuff. Popping Xanax is like candy. My whole life is just totally different 15 years later.
And that's beautiful. That's wonderful. I just, see you, transforming, shedding layers, and now you're able to turn around and help others, which is why we're here.
And the thing is that if you're living inside of a tornado, I understand that all you can do is react. you don't have any perspective. You are just reacting to whatever's happening inside of that tornado, but there is life outside of the tornado. And if you would like someone to help get you there, or have the tools in your own stress relief toolbox to get you there, it is possible. It is possible to slow the momentum down of that internal tornado, calm that chaos down, and give yourself just a few feet of perspective from where maybe you're at. And with that, that may be able to bring you some more clarity to take a little bit more step further and further and further away. So this is not about, lacing up your sneakers and running a marathon this weekend that you've never trained for. It really is, the work is for the long haul. It's a life change. You can't go to Dunkin' Donuts every day and still stay the same weight. So sorry.
Darn. No. Just going to say hello, Demetrious. He is a wonderful supporter of mine. I actually met him through Honeybee and Michael. They were on the summit last Saturday. So hello from London. Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing. We really appreciate that. We appreciate all your support. He's wonderful, wonderful. He's a light worker as well, and he promotes a lot of healing. And yes, drink plenty of water. I've got a bunch around me. So
right here.
Yes, absolutely.
All good.
And he's just saying, thank you for sharing your infinite insights, posts, and golden nuggets of wisdom with us all. Well, thank you very much for being here. We appreciate you, every single one. So you have that technique, EFT, and then there's a somatic as well. What's the difference? I mean, I don't know. I know a little bit about EFT, but
so EFT is the name of an energy tapping tool called Emotional Freedom Technique. It was coined by Gary Craig about 30 or 40 years ago, and that's his system for using energy tapping. And there's a lot of different systems out there, but truly energy tapping just is a very natural way to use your own fingers to literally, touch on energy points of the body. And when you're doing that, you're calming the mind and the body. And so that's what energy tapping is. You're just tapping on these specific points. How you use it is unique to the approaches that are out there. There's EFT as an approach, Be Set Free Fast as an approach, Faster EFT as an approach. There's a lot of different systems and approaches that are out there. My system is called the ACE system, Aware, Connect, Expand. So energy tapping is just a tool. Think of it as a hammer. You could stand there with a hammer, but what do you do with a hammer? Nothing, unless you have a purpose to do something with it and have instructions to use to how to use it. So my ACE tapping system uses energy tapping as a tool, but the system truly is helping you go into being aware of what your triggers are, building reconnection within into peace and wisdom from past unresolved memories, and then being able to set a future into new expectations. And so EFT is out there with its own approach. Like I said, there's a couple of different models. Very simply, tapping is a tool. It helps you to calm the mind and the body. If you didn't know what you were doing and you started tapping on energy points, you would still calm the mind and the body. But in terms of making transformational changes, what I do is teach people how to use this tool to effectively make those changes on their own. Because right now, the systems that are out there really are reliant on people to have people write tapping scripts for them, or have a prerequisite for them to love and accept themselves. And a lot of people just don't want to be dependent on other people to write tapping scripts for them, or maybe don't have that self-love for themselves, or are on a journey to get there. So my system really just helps you be able to get right to the root of what is keeping you in your stress, struggling, and stuck state. So that's a lot of words, but really tapping is a tool that helps you calm the mind and relax the body. And when you do that, you have wider perspective on how you can focus and see things. So that's one tool that I use, is energy tapping using my ACE system. And then I also, and you could think of the body and the mind as kind of like tops down. Like the mind is all the top stuff. It's how you mental chatter. It's all the talking and stuff that you do in your mind. So tapping really helps that mental chatter calm down. Then I do something called a bottoms up technique called trauma release exercises, which really is just a body brainstem regulation experience. We are animals after all, and our human animalness has us respond to stress in a very physical way. we contract as in our reaction to stress. And what happens is that we live in a very stressful, fast-moving momentum of life, and we just move from stress to stress to stress, and we don't let the body relax and release. So the trauma release exercises that I teach help people to reset, reorganize, relax the body, and be able to recalibrate their nervous system so that they can move more fluidly between the contraction and the release that your body wants to experience as we move through stress all day long. We often get stuck in this tension, tightness, and this stress, and then we just don't let it go. So the trauma release exercise that I do is more of a body bottoms up system. So I do both complementary, the tops down with the tapping to be able to help calm the mind, and then the bottoms up to be able to release the tightness and tension that we store in our fascia and our muscles and all of our body systems that may have been locked up from stress. So they're very complementary. So I do both.
That sounds great. That's a wonderful approach. And Demetrious is saying it's a way of releasing excess energies, frequencies, vibrations, energy, emotions in motion. I like that. That's a great way of looking at it, definitely. Super awesome. So I guess with everything that's going on right now, our current state, what are you seeing out there?
Well, I think a lot of people are having what I'm calling kind of pandemic stress symptoms. People have insomnia, people are overeating, they're overcoping, they're over online shopping, they're overeating, they're over drinking. They're trying to find something to distract themselves from the distraction of the unknown of what we're all faced with. When is this going to be over? Are we all going to be okay? It's keeping them up at night, it's getting them to overcope. And they're not able to be present with themselves, much less other people. And then they're in close quarters sometimes with other people. So there's some conflict happening. So these tools are things that you can use in the moment to be able to help yourself. I mean, somatic release technique. I have a pandemic stress relief program I'm working with right now. It's more of that body-based stuff. But we'll set that to the side for a second and just focus more about tapping right now. Because tapping is something that you can use in the moment, in your house, to help you be able to process any of those urges and impulses and that intense energy that's making you feel like, I've got to go eat something, or I can't fall asleep right now, or I need something else that I'm not getting. So the best way to do that is to kind of have an experiential experience of it. So if you'd like, what I would like to do is share with you the tapping points that I use, and then go through a couple of rounds of tapping to kind of show people how to use it, no matter where they're at or what their stress and struggle is right now and their pandemic stress symptom.
Sounds good. I'm looking forward to it, everyone. And if you're watching, follow along. Okay. If you're on the replay, follow along and maybe save this so you have this with you for at least a while, because you're developing a wonderful, I guess a beautiful habit. Yeah. So I'll let you take it away if you'd like.
Yeah, wonderful. Awesome. And feel free to tap along with us, Christine.
Yes.
So let's go over the tapping points first. And if you're new to tapping, we have, or if you're old school and you've been around, wonderful, welcome. Our bodies are energy, and we have rivers of energy that flow from our head to our feet called meridians. And there's hundreds of energy points all over our body. And so when we tap on specific points, what we're doing is we're circulating the energy in the body. And you've seen this figure 8 pattern before, this figure 8 symbol. Our energy likes to flow in a very crossing pattern. And what happens is when we think of a distressing thought or a triggering memory, our energy can kind of get stuck in certain spots. So when we're tapping on points, it's almost like saying, hey, keep it going. Don't get stuck there. Don't get stuck there. So we've got these rivers of energy that flow in our body. And when we tap on certain points, we're actually engaging the energy body to circulate and move. Keep it in motion, like Demetrious said. Keep that energy in motion. So the first point I want to share with you is between the eyes. So if you grew your eyebrows together right here, this would be the first point. It's the eyebrow point. And I want you to take 2 fingers, either hand, both hands, it doesn't matter. Just get a nice bounce there. You want to be able to hear it. Hear a patting sound. Don't be so light and faint that you can't hear it. I want to hear a little bit of a patting sound. That way we really know you're engaging the energy system. And you want to tap on it for a good 15, 20 seconds. You really want to get that energy moving. Don't be so quick to leave that energy meridian. This energy meridian between the eyes is the bladder meridian, because all of our energy meridians run through the organs of the body. And then take your 2 fingers and tap on the side of the eye. Again, you can do both sides, one side, whatever you're comfortable with, whatever your intuition is telling you to do. So you tap. This is the gallbladder meridian, and it represents anger. And then go under your eye on the top of your cheekbone right here. Both sides, one side. This is the stomach meridian, and it represents anxiety. And then you're going to take all 4 fingers in both hands and get a nice bounce right here on your collarbones. This is the kidney meridian, and it represents fear. Make sure to get a nice bounce there. Remember to always breathe. Breathing is important. And then you're going to take one hand and squeeze the opposite wrist a couple times. And then you're going to take a nice easy breath. Blow it out. And like I said, if you've seen tapping before, you might say, hey, Suzanne, you missed a couple points. You missed this point. You missed this point. You missed this point, this point, this point. Like I said, there's hundreds of points all over the body. And if you know more, then use them. But if you don't, then use mine. They're really simple. They're the ones that are most responsible for the fight or flight energy. You've got emotional trauma, anger, anxiety, fear. And when you grab your whole wrist, the reason why you do that is because you have meridians that run down your arm out to your fingers. Your thumb is the lung meridian. It represents grief. The index finger is the large intestine. It represents stubbornness. The middle finger is the pericardium, represents the sac around the heart, stubbornness, jealousy. You skip the ring finger, go to the pinky. On the side of the pinky is the heart meridian, represents shock. Side of the hand over here is the small intestine. It represents fear of a new experience. So instead of tapping on every finger, or maybe you've seen people tap this way, you can just grab and squeeze your wrist a couple times, and it does the same thing. You'll get all the meridians on your hand. So now you know that we have an energy body. You know where the tapping points are. So now I'm going to share with you tapping in 4 easy steps. Step number 1 is I'm going to invite you to notice something that bothers you. So right now, I want you to think about what bothers you. Is there something going on right now? Maybe it's the pandemic. Maybe it's something else. And I want you to notice, how do you know that it bothers you? How do you know? Are you watching it like a movie? Are you seeing pictures in your mind? Maybe you're hearing sounds or voices. Maybe it's your own voice saying something to you. Or maybe it's something that you feel in the body. Maybe it's a temperature. Maybe it's a pain. Maybe it's a hardness, a softness, whatever it might be. I want you to put all of your focus on how you know this is a problem. How you know this thing that bothers you. That's the most important thing, is to focus on how you know. Step number 2 is give that thing that's bothering you an intensity number on a scale of 0 to 10. If 0 means it doesn't bother me, and 10 means it really bothers me, what number would you give it? Try and find something higher than a 6. And if there's a chat box, feel free to post in there and tell us what number you have as your intensity. Tell us, what number are you experiencing this intensity of this thing that bothers you? Remember, step number 1, find something that bothers you and notice how it bothers you. Step number 2, give it an intensity number on a scale of 0 to 10. Find something higher than a 6. So if something that you found is maybe a 3 or a 4, put that to the side right now and try and find something a little stronger. And then step number 3 is I want you to go to the part that stands out the most. The part in this thing that bothers you that you just say, oh, I don't like that part. That part really just gets me. That's going to help us get to the root of exactly what's keeping this stuck inside of you. So step number 3 is to go to the part that stands out the most. Maybe the part that's the most uncomfortable. We're only going to be there for a short time because we're going to be tapping. And step number 4 is we're going to tap. So remember, step number 1, find something that bothers you and notice how it bothers you. Step number 2, give it an intensity number on a scale of 0 to 10, finding something higher than a 6. Step number 3, go to the part that stands out the most, the worst part of it, the part that you don't like, the most uncomfortable part that's going to help us get to the root of this. That way we can weed this out at the bottom. And step number 4 is we're going to tap. So take your 2 fingers, repeat after me, tap between your eyes, and say, this thing that bothers me, it really bothers me. How it bothers me, why it bothers me. I just know it bothers me. How I see it, how I hear it, how I experience it. I'm an expert at it. I've never forgotten it. And it really bothers me. And then tap on the side of the eye right here. Remember, you can use both hands if you want, or one hand. This thing that bothers me. Oh, it really bothers me. What they said, what they did, what they didn't say, what they didn't do. Really, really bothers me. And then tap under your eye. But I'm willing right now to let it go. It's safe to let it go. No matter where it came from or what it means. I'm just letting it go. No matter what it looks like, what it sounds like, I let all those details go from every cell of my body. I'm willing to let it go right here and right now. And then tap on your collarbones because I deserve peace. So I'm choosing to let it go. That thing that bothered me, I set it free from wherever it has lived in my body. I'm willing to let it go. And then grab one wrist and squeeze it around a couple times. Take a nice, easy breath. Blow it out. Say the word clear. Now I invite you to go and think about something that feels really easy. I want you to imagine sitting on the edge of a river. It's a perfect day, your perfect temperature. All the scenery around you is just beautiful. And I want you to watch this lazy, soft river in front of you right now. Just see how easy and natural it's flowing. It's so calm. It's so gentle. And if for some of you, you look at this river and say, oh no, it's still a roaring rapids, let's just pause. You put yourself off to the side for a second. But for those of you who can sit on the edge of the river and enjoy the peace, just do that right now and follow along and tap between your eyes and say, this is who I truly am, naturally and easily. And tap on the side of the eye, this easy feeling, this relaxing flow is inside of me. And tap under the eye. I create it. I create this easy, soft river, this gentle experience, because I create everything. I'm going to tap on your collarbone, and I can have this easy feeling anytime I want. And then grab your wrist, squeeze it around a couple times, take a nice, easy breath, blow it out, say the word peace. Then I invite you to go back to that original thing that you said was bothering you and tell me what's left. What's the number? What's the intensity that you might have about it now? Maybe before it was an 8 and now it's 6. Maybe it was a 9 and now it's a 2. Maybe it was a 7 and now it's gone. Or maybe some of you who couldn't see that gentle river and still saw kind of a roaring rapids, you might still have some turbulence inside of you. So if there's anybody that has anything left, is any number still left? I have a little bit left, Suzanne. I have a 1, I have a 2. Oh, there might still be a little bit left. I invite you to just focus on how you know that there's some left. And then take your 2 fingers and tap between your eyes and say, I haven't let it go. It's hanging on for dear life. What will happen if I let it go? The thoughts I have, the beliefs I have that connect me to this thing. Don't make me let it go. And tap on the side of the eye. How I know it's still there. That little bit that's left. What's keeping it in place? What's at the bottom of it? Tap under the eye. It's safe. I can choose safety now. I made it through. I can connect with myself right here and right now. I don't need this thing anymore. And then tap on your collarbone, whatever's left, why it's there. I just let it go. I'm willing right now to let it go because I choose peace right now. And then grab your wrist and squeeze around a couple times. Take a nice, easy breath. Blow it out. Say the word peace. And I want you to find out, ask yourself again, what's left? How intense is it? And I can't see a chat box here. I don't know, Christine, if you're seeing anything, if there's any comments, but I would be really eager to hear if anybody has been sharing any of their feedback or what numbers they may be experiencing either before or after, and see how they're feeling now. Generally, when people are tapping, they feel calm and relaxed. And I'm going to share with you a really easy way to make sure that you know what to say when you're tapping. I invited you to think of something that bothers you and ask you what it looks like, what it sounds like, what it feels like. All of that is the initial trigger. So when we talk about my ACE system, ACE, ACE is awareness. That's the first step in all of your tapping. And awareness really is, what are you aware that's triggering you? And so how you know, those movies in your mind, those pictures that you see, those sounds that you hear, the sensations that you feel in the body, that's the detail that you want to write down. So to create your own tapping script, you want to go to what you're aware of and write those details down. Write down what you're seeing in your mind. I see this person, this was their name, this was their facial expression, this is what they said to me, this is where we were, this is who was there, this is who saw it, this is how I felt, this is how I felt emotionally, this is what I felt mentally, this is what I felt in my body. All of those details, you want to write that down. That's the initial trigger. That's the awareness. And it all comes down to time, intensity, so the emotional intensity, right? And then your connection to it, because we're all just wanting to connect and feel safe. So that's the first step, awareness. So you go to what bothers you, how you know it bothers you, and you write down all the details of how you're aware of this thing that bothers you, what it looks like, what it sounds like, what it feels like. And you start tapping. This is what it looks like. This is what it sounds like. This is what it feels like. All the intensity of it. How long you've been doing it. I may have had this memory going on for a long time and I haven't let it go. So that's the first step, is awareness. Once you start to, and that's usually when you're in the tornado and you're just like reacting and reacting, reacting. So when you're tapping, you're calming down that tornado. You're calming down those triggers so you can step away from that tornado. So the first step is awareness in my ACE system. Awareness. What are you getting aware of? Your trigger. Your trigger looks like something, sounds like something, feels like something. Start to tap on those details that are specific and unique to you. And then the second in the ACE system is connection. So what you want to do is notice how you are connected to this experience, this memory, this stress, this struggle. Who's involved? What are the beliefs that you have about yourself in connection with it? Did you behave a certain way because of your lack of worthiness? Did you behave a certain way because that's your survival strategy, was to do something to betray yourself? Notice how you are in connection with this thing that you're bothered by. Maybe it's a relationship with someone, and you notice how they interact with you, and you notice how you become either subservient to them, or you make sure that their needs are met before yours, but then you get really resentful and frustrated because yours aren't being met. Or maybe you're in a relationship where somebody is saying things to you and trying to convince you of something about yourself that's not true. Or maybe you are struggling to believe in something that you see other people easily believing in, that you just don't know how to do. So notice, connection is all about beliefs. Just like awareness is all about triggers, connection is all about beliefs. How am I connected to this thing that I'm stuck on? And it usually comes in the form of a belief. So out there, people call it limiting beliefs, but really they're just beliefs that we have created in order to help us survive. And we usually create them back when we're very, very young, when we don't have a lot of cognitive, conscious mind involved in our thinking. We're purely going off of that limbic system, that emotional part of our brain. And so the survival instincts that we have and those connection needs that we have are really driven by emotions at that time. And those emotions then, when you feel something over and over and over, you create a belief about it. And that's what kind of gets lodged and stuck in our life, are those beliefs that we create in order to survive. So connection in my ACE system, remember, awareness is about identifying the triggers and neutralizing them with tapping to get out of the tornado. The connection is to be able to take a look and see how you're emotionally and behaviorally connected to these things that are triggering you, and what are the beliefs that you hold about yourself about them. And start to write some of those things down. And anything you write down isn't going to be wrong. It's always right, because it's coming from some part of you. And this might be a little bit of an emotional upheaval, and that's what this process is about, because we're really getting into that emotional energy body. We are an emotional energy body. And so helping our energy body process and move through our struggle is really what's going to help us be able to get through to the other side. So in my ACE system, we've got awareness to look at the triggers and process how you know, connection, which is to look at your behaviors and connection strategies and beliefs behind them as to how you stay connected to things that are keeping you stressed and stuck. And then the third is expansion. Expand. So aware, connect, expand. ACE. Expand is to truly be able to set new expectations for yourself. Now, you remember before when we were tapping, I invited you to go look at a peaceful river. And I mentioned that there might be some people that don't see the peaceful river yet. And so we really only can design new future expectations when we have completely gotten to the root of what is triggering us and how we are believing, how we're engaging in beliefs about ourselves with the thing that's bothering us, with the pattern that's got us disconnected. So expansion really can only happen when we really have processed all of what is at the root of what keeps us stressed, struggling, and stuck. And so we kind of go back and forth between awareness, connection. We're constantly neutralizing triggers and rebuilding connection with ourselves into new beliefs by looking at both of those parts of the ACE system. When we have got those triggers down to 0 and they no longer bother us, and we get to looking at those beliefs that have limited us, that have kept us, keeping a survival strategy that no longer is needed, and we can reframe that to having a new strategy, then we can look forward to expanding into new expectations. And then we can start to set a design for our future for how we want to experience life. So take, for example, anything that might be bothering you right now, and let's take it through the ACE system. So whatever's bothering you, just notice what that is. Maybe it's an unresolved memory. Maybe it's a behavior. Just notice it. And then I want you to write down maybe a few words of how you experience that thing as a trigger. And then go and take a little deeper look at it and ask yourself, what does this make me believe about myself? Maybe write down the 1 or 2 words that might come to mind about what you might believe about yourself and how you're connected to this thing. Who's involved? Oh, my mom taught me, my dad taught me, my grandmother taught me, I learned it. This is how I just do it. And then take that information that you've just written down and use that as your own tapping script. Oftentimes people ask, Suzanne, can you provide me a tapping script for my issue? And I say, well, what's going on? And they tell me the story, and I write, and I read back to them exactly what they said to me. They said, oh, that's exactly what's happening. I said, yeah, you just told me. So you can really, truly do this on your own. So aware, connect, expand. Find out where your trigger is, learn how you're connected to it, and then reshape that connection by bringing some peace and wisdom to the belief that maybe you had created that has kept you stuck, and bring about a new belief about yourself. That's where setting a new expectation will come in. We can't expect something that we don't believe. So once we have that new belief in place, then we can set a trajectory toward new expectations. So that's the whole system and how to do it.
Well, I was playing along. I was not playing, but I actually wrote down a whole bunch of stuff for myself for later. So I loved it. It was a great visual as well, and I participated. I put down 6 for clutter because I know that there's one room I need to tackle, and I'm going to do it. So
Yeah, there you
I'm
go.
just like, where do I start? Yeah,
The
get that.
overwhelm.
Exactly. It's not that bad, really. It's me being former perfectionist. Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm fully aware of that. So I went from a 6 to a 0 in no time. Thank you very much. That was a beautiful,
Oh, wonderful.
beautiful gift for us, for everyone, anyone that comes back on the replay. And like I said, you could, you could copy, if you'd like, and follow along and do it repeatedly until you have a down pat, right? Because
Exactly.
that's,
Absolutely. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, you don't want to just keep going to go to zero. Try and go
mm,
for zero.
yes,
And
yeah,
you might have some more tapping rounds to do. We just did a very general, easy round, but definitely get into your details, whatever you wrote down. If you're a perfectionist, it's often because you didn't want to be seen in
hmm,
the disorganization. You wanted to not have any other spotlight on you than what had to be. So you just did it exactly how it was supposed to be.
yep,
And we don't want to be seen in any kind of flaw,
no,
because that would give
no,
us unwanted attention. That's just too unbearable, because we didn't have a safe place to land for that. So I
yeah.
have one too.
And now I don't care. I don't care. I laugh. I laugh at a lot of stuff. I mean, I think that's laughter. If you don't know what to do at a moment, I tell everyone just laugh. And it's amazing how your whole everything just changes because what else can you do? It is what it is. So, Demetrious is talking about anchoring, centering, earthing, aligning, and grounding. And he does know about pressure points. He is a massage therapist.
Great.
And he's saying very informative and fascinating live today. Thank you, ladies. Totally appreciate it. And what else? Oh my goodness. Demetrius, you're going to be my assistant here. You've got so much to say. This is great. I appreciate all your participation, and so it is. Um, he's also saying, indeed, well said, very eloquently expressed. Yeah, I mean, you're quite the storyteller, Suzanne.
Oh, thank you.
And then he's just saying that triggers are blessings and gifts from the divine in order for you to evolve, develop, enhance, grow to the highest and greatest version of yourself.
True. We definitely manifest our deepest unconscious wounds for the purpose of our own evolution. And when these things come into our awareness and we are triggered by them, we do want to run to them and help
Mm,
our own energy body integrate with what it is that we're experiencing. We don't ever, quote unquote, let anything go. We're processing it through our experience. And in that processing, we are building peace and wisdom internally to be able to go forward. I often use the analogy of, why do we look both ways when we cross the road? Because someone had some kind of experience that led us to understand this. This is a very important wisdom to know. Now, we do not have to stop at the edge of the road every time we're about to cross the road and say, look, this is what happened one time, and let's re-talk about that story. We don't need to. We just keep the wisdom of what someone had to experience for us to learn how to safely, cross the road. It's the same thing we have as unresolved memories, past life, this life, anything that triggers us is an opportunity for us to create wisdom from that. That way we don't have to be stuck in the energy of the experience. We literally can live in the wisdom of the peace of it and move forward. And that's what's so beautiful about tapping, is that it helps you get to that place of more calm and centeredness. That way you can explore how to find the peace and the wisdom from the experience. That way you can integrate it and move on. How come you can't remember what you had for breakfast, 5 Saturdays ago, but you can remember the worst meal of your entire life? Because there was an emotional punch to the gut that you never forgot about and said, I will never eat that ever again. But all we're trying to do is process, and get back to the present moment. That way we can take those wisdom bits of our life experience and move them into new expectations, as opposed to being stuck in the past.
yes, and relearning what you have learned, self-limiting beliefs and programs.
Yeah. We
Um,
come here conditioned, we inherit things, we learn things, we adapt, and we're just a walking belief system, through our emotional habits. And there is a way to transform that. We have to just take a look at what is unique to us about it. That's why, In my ACE system, it says, look at what triggers you and how you know. What does it look like in your mind? You and I might be looking at the same thing, but see different things.
Yes.
So I can't write a tapping script for you, but you can tell me what it looks like. And you can use those details to set yourself free and tap at the same time. And that really will help that integration experience happen for you. And we're all here to evolve and ascend. We need to cut ties to those old things that weigh us back. So open up your emotional luggage and start tapping through it. And that emotional luggage will lighten up and you will just be set free.
Yeah, and you can rise like the ascending masters that we are.
Yes.
Not
And we
being
so need
weighed
to. If
down.
you're listening to this and you've been attracted to this video, then you are someone who is in that energy and is in wanting to ascend and have the toolbox that you need to get there. You know, we are human bodies, but we're energy. We're light workers.
Yes.
Yeah.
All of us. We are healers as well. We have it within us. We just have to find it. Just have to find it. It's always been there. And I always start with unconditional love. I always start with the heart. The heart knows everything. It knows more than, we would like to think. Of course, we don't want that part in there, but.
Well, we have just gotten to the point where the evolution of our thinking mind has left the body, and we forgot that we are heart-centered energy beings. And our heart chakra is truly about, self-honor. Yes, it's about love, but it's about honoring yourself and who you truly are, not in this meat sack that we live in. It is in the light that we come from and honoring that. And we forget that because we live in this three-dimensional world that we're only experiencing through the five senses, which is very, very limiting. And yet we need to be able to remember the other dimensions that we come from and be able to keep that perspective when we are struggling in our emotional body.
Yes. Yeah, and reprogramming the editor in the brain. That's, wisdom, knowledge, and experience, and knowing thyself, through ourselves, essentially. So, does anybody have any questions regarding tapping or EFT or the ACE program? Or, you have any questions specifically? I for some reason, the first one I thought of just popped into my head would be like if someone is really stuck. Well, that sounds like a lot of work.
Oh, the tapping?
Yeah.
Work?
Like, well, when I say, my clients meditate, that's my go-to, right? Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know if I can do that. No, that's what it is. I don't know if I can do that. That's usually the first thing that comes back to me.
Yeah.
What do you say to that?
Well, we live in this very instant gratification world. Everybody wants the magic pill. Nobody wants to do the heavy lifting. But really, the body keeps the score. The body doesn't lie. And the body is an energy body. It's an emotional body. And if if you're okay with, where you're stressed, struggling and stuck, and you want to continue on that path, to do the heavy lifting is to go into those unresolved memories one by one. What I just shared with you as an example of some basic tapping is just to kind of get you over the hump of your stress in the moment. But to truly work with a practitioner is to go to those deeply, to go deep into those unresolved memories, where you were belittled as a child, where you were seen in a very unsafe environment, where you were witnessing threat and disconnection, where you learned strategies to survive that really have disempowered you. We go to those unresolved life moments. Maybe you have 3 or 4 of them that really stand out, and we transform them using the tapping process. An expert, surgeon wouldn't go into the hospital and do surgery on himself. You need to have someone who can help go in there, do the surgery, and get you, on a trajectory to healing forward. So it might seem like, oh, it's too much, or I can't do this. And certainly, you are your living belief system. So if you can't do it, you won't do it. But if you are ready to truly embrace your ascension and know that you need to go to where you really truly come from, which is not this planet, not this space, but go to those light places that you come from, this work will get you there. And my process gets to the root immediately and gets you results faster. You can sit there and tap along to YouTube tapping videos all day long, and you will just be like chipping at a big ice chunk. But if you really want to crack that ice chunk and melt it, then to work with me is to be in my anxious overthinking program. It's 3 to 4 2-hour sessions, and you will be truly on your way to creating new beliefs about yourself. And this is why I like my system as opposed to the ones that are out there, because tapping has kind of gotten a bad name for people to say, oh, that didn't work for me, or I need someone to write me a tapping script, or you've seen people tap on their side of their hand saying, oh, I have this problem, I love and accept myself, but I really don't love and accept myself.
Yeah.
None of that stuff, you don't have to do any of that stuff with my system. You just need to be aware of what triggers you in those unresolved, stressful moments. The worst ones will transform them by calming those triggers, reconnecting in a healthy way that brings peace and wisdom, and that will set you forward into new expectations. So it is not an overnight Band-Aid, and we're not here to put Band-Aids on. We're here to weed stuff out of the root. That way it doesn't grow back.
Yeah, because we have been putting Band-Aids on everything for so long. It's not working. It's not working. We have to come home to ourselves. We have to actually look at ourselves. And a lot of times we've been so distracted and in avoidance or survival, fight or flight that it's there's a lot of systems being dismantled right now, so including ourselves.
Oh, we're all waking up to the old belief structures of groups, organizations, institutions, religions, cultures that have kept us in control and worked for very few people, but not the masses. And all of that's being dismantled in front of us for the opportunity for us to come into who we truly are and embrace our inner value and worthiness and find ways to express it authentically with grit and grace and be able to live in that space. So we have to take whatever has tied us to the past, those old belief structures, and work them through. That way we can have, peace and wisdom, and that we learn from them and we respect them, but that we leave them in the past. Mm-hmm. And we define what is divinely going to help us move forward.
Yes. Yeah. And Demetrious just talking about heart and emotional intelligence, soul intelligence, integrated, unity, supreme, golden consciousness. I love that. Awareness and mindfulness. Beautiful. Thank you very much for sharing. Yeah. And I can, I will, I am, just watch me. That's a pretty powerful statement as well. So,
and any of those positive affirmations, really tapping along to those positive affirmations is a really brilliant thing to do, because when we say things like I can and I will, the subconscious mind, which is in our limbic system, which is got all the programming, is often negating those positive affirmations. So I can, but not tomorrow. I will, but I didn't yesterday. I am, but okay, in 5 minutes, not from now. So those subconscious, negative, affirmations are actually being recorded, that are recorded in your mind, or what actually get when the ... you just I can, I will ... the ... is the negative opposite of the positive affirmation. So when you're tapping while you're saying those positive affirmations, you're literally kicking off the end of that tail end of that sentence that the subconscious is filling in, that you're unconscious and not aware to. And that way it crystallizes the energy of that positive affirmation. So saying positive affirmations while tapping at the same time is a brilliant thing to do. It really will crystallize that energy so that you truly embody, I can, I am, I will, just watch me. I can, I am, I will, just watch me. It really will help you embody that. And that's the whole goal, is to own the sensation of what you're saying.
Yeah, not being in between worlds. You're either fully in or you're fully out. There's no in between. Make a choice.
I mean, if positive affirmations worked, we'd all be millionaires. We'd all be living on islands. Why don't they work? Because the subconscious is bigger than the conscious mind. And tapping helps you to neutralize that subconscious mind. So when you're saying positive affirmations that sound beautiful, but you don't feel like you're truly in the vibration of them, then please make sure you're tapping at the same time, because you will be kicking off any triggers, any connections that are keeping you stuck to old belief systems.
I just want to acknowledge this because he knows I love numbers. So 4444. Thank you for keeping track. I really appreciate that. And so much love. Another phenomenal live today. Thank you very much. And he is asking, what is your understanding of synchronicity and serendipity?
I truly believe that when we are in alignment with who we are, that we get those winks from the universe and they just knock us over. So those synchronicities, those serendipities are just the universe saying, hey, you're going in the right direction. You're on the right path. And even though it might be something that nobody else understands, and they might be thinking, why are you doing that? It doesn't matter. If it feels good to you and you're experiencing those little winks from the universe, then you're going in the right direction. And how to get more of those winks from the universe, I either, do you know what a hell yes feels like? Hell yes. That is your intuition saying, this is the right thing, as opposed to hell no, And if it's a maybe, it's a hell no.
Yeah, that's
Because
true.
unless it's a hell yes, it's a hell no. There's no maybe. There's no in the universe. It's yes, I want this, or yes, I don't want this. So it's yes, I want this. So when you ring true with hell yes, then those hell yeses are going to help you know and put you on a path that you're going to experience those synchronicities and serendipity. And if you're not experiencing those synchronicities, then you might be living a life of more resistance where you're living your hell no's instead of your hell yeses.
Yes. Yeah,
And if you're living in the hell no's with a lot of resistance, come my way and I'll help break up all those old belief systems and we'll transform you to get you on a new expectation path.
Yes, definitely. And I mean, I just think of this card, like I have a patience card, and it says, be willing to pass up the good for great. Like if it's not an absolute yes, then it's a no.
Yep, absolutely. And when you're on those, and when you're feeling yes, 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 those synchronicities are just going to spill in your path right in front of you. And they're little winks from the universe to say, you're going in the right direction. Just keep going. I have a motto, just keep growing. But the way I spell it is kind of going with the capital GOING in the middle of the word growing.
Okay.
So just keep growing.
Yeah. Keep growing, keep blooming, keep expanding. Keep doing things that give you butterflies, because that's why we're here. It's all about the feeling of getting into the meat of, a lot of times when we live in fear, we're like, well, I just want to stay where I'm comfortable. Oh, that's why we're being shocked, like awake.
Oh, absolutely.
If you haven't been woken awake before, but.
So many light workers have been sent here in the last few decades to help wake up the planet, but the kind of consciousness was just so unconscious that we couldn't do it. And so now the planet is being woken up to earthquakes and fires and hurricanes and major, disasters. Mother Nature is just shaking up her own planet to wake everybody up. And what else can she do? She gives us a virus to slow down and be able to go in. You have to be able to go in to get out. And so she's now locked us all in our homes to say, go find a way in, because that will be your way out.
Absolutely.
And man, people are triggered by their insomnia. Like I said, their worries, their anxiety, their overthinking, their overcoping. And if you have any of those issues, I'm happy to help you, move through them to be able to find more comfort and being able to go in that journey inward.
Yes, and Demetrious is thanking for your insights. I've learned a lot, and that's why I love doing this, because I'm here to learn. I am a student of the universe. I am no a master by any means. We're all here collectively raising each other up.
Yeah, I think we're all students, and we're here to share the feedback of what we learned. So, Christine, you've got your repertoire of what you offer, and it's like, thank you for what you have experienced to go find the tools that work for you and find your light. And the same with everyone that's watching is you've got things that work for you, and share that with other people. We're all here to lift each other. We're all just walking each other home.
Yes.
We have to help each other. That's right. The age of Aquarius. So we're moving into the age of Aquarius. It's all about being socially connected and walking each other home.
And Makiba, thank you for joining us. Let us know where you're from, even on the replay. If you have any questions for Suzanne after the replay as well, put them in the comments. We'll reach out. We'll make sure we get them answered. And of course, if you'd like to get a hold of her, I've left links in the original video. But I guess, what is the best way to get a hold of you?
Well, I have a website, transformedconnections.com, and I offer a free strategy session. So you're welcome to get on a call with me from that link, or I have a private Facebook group that you're all invited to join. It's free. It's called the Empowered Tapping Revolution. There's a lot of tapping we do on there.
Okay.
Yeah,
You
if
can
you're
put all those links in the comments too. You do have access to that as well. I'm
okay.
surprised you're not seeing the comments coming through as well. So maybe there was one more button you needed to hit.
Oh, okay. I see. Yes.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Now I see them.
All
Yes.
right. So he's just saying thank you for participating, liking, sharing, subscribing, tagging. Thank you very much. Thank you. Akiba, yes, that's what I'm looking within, finding my own soul. I'm originally from Alabama, but reside in East Texas. Well, thank you very much. And share this with your soul family, tag some, friends, neighbors, whoever, that you feel would want to join this collaborative love effort, basically, unconditional love effort.
Yeah, Makiba, finding your soul is such a beautiful journey to be on. And it's not one for the faint of heart. We live in a very conditioned world where it's, people want to do things a certain way for the comfort of their own ignorance. And,
Yes.
bless you on your journey to find your own soul. So thank you for tuning in here today and watching, because it
Yeah.
is a beautiful experience to go on a soul searching journey.
And it's even more crowded and busy than ever now that we're all physical distancing. So,
Yes, yes. I did put up a
yeah,
meme where I had that physical distance but socially connected. We're actually learning how to be more deeply connected from our authenticity than ever
yes,
before.
absolutely, absolutely. And looks like Demetrious just snuck in a comment here before we let Suzanne go. She has, I'm sure she has a busy day planned. What is your understanding of voluntary vulnerability? Oh.
Well, vulnerability is a big topic these days because so much of us had to have been conditioned to wear masks of who we
Mm,
aren't. And it is very as people go through the fits of waking up from unconscious to conscious, they are having to make effort toward expressing themselves in new ways. And so we've got to voluntarily be a little bit more vulnerable in certain instances. But I think really when you leave your house and when you engage with anybody, you need to be in alignment with yourself as much as possible, meaning be in that hell yes space of like, yes, I'm connected with myself, and ask yourself, how trusting is this person that I'm coming with? What should I share with them? What's safe to share with them? And the analogy that I use is the bullseye. You are the center of the bullseye. Not everyone can hit the bullseye. There are rings around the bullseye for a reason. And so when you engage with other people, you might say, oh, they're about 3 layers out in the rings of the bullseye. And so your vulnerability might be to just say hello to them. That might be enough of a voluntary vulnerability to say hello to someone that you wouldn't normally say hello to,
mm,
as opposed to hello, and this is, let me open up and share with you all my, guts and tell me what's going on in my life story. That's a much deeper level of vulnerability. So, ask yourself, what level of vulnerability makes me still feel safe in sharing with people that are around me, and keep that bullseye analogy that you are the center of that bullseye, and that certain people are only allowed to be so close into your vulnerability, especially during these very transformative times where a lot of volatility is being experienced emotionally, mentally, spiritually, physically. You have to protect yourself first, and then find that connection with yourself, and then find the safety to share.
oh, that's beautiful. Beautifully said. Thank you. Thank you so much. And Demetrious is sending his healing and clearing energies to all unfortunate souls on planet Mother Gaia. Well, thank you very much for doing that. Well, thank you again, Suzanne, for your time. I learned so much. I'm sure everyone else here did as well, or at least got some nugget of information. I mean, for me, I liked how you broke it down because I could actually see, doing it. And as for the script, that's something you're going to have to take time to do, and it's you're worth it. So you've got the time. So dig in and Let's go.
Look, if tapping resonated with you, awesome. Go for it. Do it. I'm happy to help you. If it didn't, awesome. Go find something else.
Yes.
But go find something else, because
Absolutely.
you just can't wing it through life anymore. You need to have your stress relief toolbox. So go find what works for you and practice it, practice it, practice it, and make it something that becomes a habit to help you every single day. So if tapping worked for you, amazing. If it didn't, amazing. That just means the next thing is coming for you.
Absolutely. Well, thank you again for all your wisdom and your love and sharing your time with us. And I want to send you lots of love, blessings, healings, your way, and stay
Thank you.
safe, stay healthy. And I'm sure we'll talk again.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks,
All
Christine.
right. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, guys. I am just waiting for my next guest to come up. She should be here shortly. Let me know, what's going on. What did you get out of the tapping? Was there something that you got out of it? Did something resonate? What's going on? Share your experience. Share where you're from. Share what's happening with you right now. Like what's going on where you are. I'm in Canada. I'm in Edmonton. So I know I've got someone from Texas. Yes. And Demetrious, you have to remind me. Oh, that's right, London. That's right, London. So we are worldwide here, guys. Worldwide, sharing unconditional love, raising love to the 5D level. We're all helping each other get home. I'm having a little bit of water here. I got to make sure you stay hydrated. It is snowing here today. No joke, which is fine because we tend to have, the snow will melt so quickly that we'll end up having fires. So, this is definitely, you got to look at everything as a blessing more so than anything else. Let's see. I just want to, of course, we want to know where everybody's from. If this is your first time showing up for the summit, replay, say hello. And also, I am always open to, if you know some other amazing light workers, healers, teachers, mentors, guides, and they walk in the light, of course. They live in the light. Send them my way because I also have a podcast. A podcast every Wednesday, and it is live through Facebook and YouTube and found on, podcast form as well through Anchor FM and Stitcher, Spotify, Apple, Google, all of that. So episode 37 is coming up on Wednesday at 4 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. I have Jesse Harless coming up. He works with trauma and recovery, and I'm sure he is even more busy than he was before everything turned on us mid-March here. So he talks about his journey of resilience with drug and alcohol addiction, which, you know what, an addiction is an addiction, whether it's a drug or not. Anything can be considered a drug. So, all right, so join in for that as well. I am also looking for my 100th subscriber. So can you help me? I've got a YouTube channel. I post videos 3 to 4 times a week, and the 100th subscriber will win a 30-minute intuitive soul session in healing with myself. Yes. And if you don't know who I am a medium. I'm a healer. I'm an empath, Reiki master as well. So I have some beautiful sessions. Of course, they're all done online right now. They were before, so nothing really changed other than folks, I guess, are becoming more open to being online and sharing and maybe being a little bit, having to dive into the technology side of things because there seemed to be a lot of fear with that with some of my circles. Well, I don't know how that program works, and I don't know if I want to do it. Like a computer program or, some new technology or phone. There seems to be fear around that. And who cares if you get it wrong? Just try. Who cares? Have fun with it. All right. So Demetrious, is he applying tapping to his daily routine? That's great. That's a great another thing to have in your toolbox, right? Akiba, it's raining here. Okay, raining. Purification. Cleansing, going with the flow. Demetrious, it's sunny today here in London. 12. Nice. Very nice. Wonderful. Super awesome. Well, you know what? I'm not sure where she is, so I'm just going to give her a call and see if I can get a hold of her. So, not sure why I can't seem to get a hold of her. So I'm on the phone, but I'm also on the. Hi. Oh, are you? Oh, you've got to go to your link that I sent you on Messenger. There's a private link for you to join, and you just click on it and come on in. No, no, it wouldn't be. Well, yeah, it's 11, so you're right now, pretty much. I'm just entertaining everyone while we wait for you. No, no. Okay, it's all good. It's all good. I mean, unless you want to come on at noon, that's fine. I'll just start doing some healings and yes. Yeah, it's all good. Did you want to come in on it at noon and then I'll continue doing my thing and that'll give you 45 minutes to get ready? We just want your gifts. We just want you. It's a, okay. Okay. All right. Well, you're coming in or did you want to come in later? Okay. I'm going to let you go. I'm just going to let everybody know. Okay. Thanks. When there's time zone differences, that's what happens. I try to make it as clear as possible, but hey, it's all good. It is all good. All right. This beautiful lady is coming up very shortly as soon as she pops in. And her name is Lisha. All right. So yeah, please continue sharing this out. Let us know where you're from. Maybe tell us, if you're struggling with anything, what you're looking for, healing wise, or maybe adding to your toolbox, your spiritual toolbox, which I'm always grabbing things myself. So, all right, I'm just waiting for her to come in, but at least, you can have an idea. We're going to be talking about trauma. She's a coach, mentor, and guide, trauma transformer. Try and say that quickly 10 times. Trauma transformer. And let's see. I've got a beautiful graphic of her as well. So, like I said, author, speaker, and coach. And she specializes in helping you stop the cycle of survival that childhood experiences and programming. And you can awaken your natural state for love, money, and happiness. She uses her own unique trauma recovery method to help clients reclaim their power and individuality. Hold on a minute, guys. Hi.
Hey, I don't see the link.
Oh, okay. Hold on a minute. Just let me find this for you. Sorry, guys, I'm still here. Where are you? Oh, that's weird. Maybe it was it shared with, oh, hold on. I sent it in a group message for everybody here. Yeah. with Danielle and with Suzanne. It was a group message.
Maybe it's in other messages, message requests.
And it is 11:11 on my phone right now. Hold on.
Oh, perfect. Yay!
I'm still here, guys. There's the link. There's your private link.
Oh, yay. All right. Perfect. I'm on it.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay, guys. So she has been featured on ABC, NBC, Fox, and awarded one of America's premier experts in self-care. She's the founder of 3 companies. She believes there is nothing more beautiful than a person who knows themselves inside and out. And I would totally agree with that because I'm all about the inside out. Inside out. Hi, Terry. Rainy Delaware today. Yes. There seems to be rain and then we have snow and it's kind of chilly. And Lynn, oh, she's asking, Wanda might be interested in this, but Christine's facilitator. Yes. Yep. I am. I'm welcoming in more light workers if they want to, because I'm going to continue doing this summit every Saturday and bringing in beautiful souls so we can join, connect, collaborate together. And I do see you, Lisha. I'm just going to get rid of this graphic that I made for you. And I've already done the introductions, so everything else is ready to go. And we're live, 1:11:11. Okay, hi. Oh, I don't know if, now you got to make sure you have really good Wi-Fi. That's super important. Okay, guys, I'm just going to wait for her to jump back in because it looks like she is frozen. So that's not good. Just going to talk a little bit about the Power of Healing Your Energy show. Like I said, I have guests every Wednesday, 4 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. And head to my Facebook page or go on YouTube, subscribe there because there's a contest on the YouTube page. Are you going to be the 100th subscriber? Who's it going to be? I think I only need 25 more folks or more beautiful souls for that. All right, let's look at the comments here. All right. Makiba, I struggle with having a toxic family. It gets to the point where my whole day is physically and mentally draining. I would also like to let go of the stress and anger. I feel you on that, Makiba. It takes patience, it takes practice, and you need clear boundaries, which a lot of us don't seem to have. Because now maybe maybe you have issues with people pleasing or being busy all the time. So let me know if that resonates, but you definitely need to find ways to ground yourself, to have self-love and self-care practices for yourself. And if that includes journaling, positive affirmations, mantras, healing, sound frequencies, meditation, yoga, exercise, anything that brings you to your inner, but I see you moving more, like a lot of movement, like I don't know, like, does music do stuff for you? Dancing, singing, something along those lines. That I just had visualized that, so let me know. But yes, and you know what? If they are very toxic, you need to create the big boundaries and cut them out, put them in the safe zone until you're ready, take care of yourself. It's supposed to be nice tomorrow. All right, Christine in Ohio. And Lisha, I see you. There you go. There she is.
Hi.
Yay, we did it. No.
So, like, the funniest thing just happened. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for waiting on me. I truly appreciate it. It's 9 o'clock in Alaska, and I thought I was coming on at 11.
It's all
which
good.
was 11 where you were at. So that happens here in Alaska. So I'm actually still kind of in my PJs. I put this around me just to.
Well, you look fabulous. You look beautiful.
Thank you. I want to show up for everybody. as scheduled. And love the topic so far. So thank you for having me on. It's beautiful to meet you. I really appreciate what you're doing here. I loved last Saturday.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I loved it too. I was like on cloud nine, like for days. It took a time for me to come back down.
Yeah.
The energy was just palpable, I guess.
Yeah.
And Makiba is just saying she's a busy stay-at-home mom, singing and dancing. Yeah, Makiba, you need a Zen den. You need a place for you, a mom cave, something, a she shed, a whatever. You need something where it's like, you're not allowed in here, because I have those spaces. So
I'm trying to do that with my bedroom. It's very challenging right now with all the kids, though. So I hear you. I hear you, Kachiba. I hear you.
Oh my goodness. Oh, Terry. Terry is actually a client of mine, and when I started a mentorship, she was like my guinea pig. We did a 4-week mentorship on how to open intuitively, and she beautiful, but I'm so sorry about your mother-in-law and your job loss. I'm seeing that with a lot of folks losing jobs or losing. I've heard of a lot of folks passing away as well around me. I mean, nothing connected to me, but there's a lot of stuff shedding. We're shedding, and we just need to be patient and have acceptance, I guess, is key. But enough about, keep commenting, keep sharing. But I wanted Lisha to kind of come in and talk about, I mean, obviously everything that is going on right now. Are you seeing a lot of trauma? What would you like to talk about today?
I was really feeling into this morning. Spirit woke me with you on my mind, with the community on my mind, on my heart, really. And the funny thing that I had to do was cut my toenails.
Okay.
I'm just going to be straight. Like, that's how it works, right?
Yeah.
So at 3:00 in the morning, I'm up cutting my toenails and taking off my toenail polish. And really, I feel this is a reset, right? It's a reset. It's a fresh start. I was instructed not to put new toenail polish on my feet, to really let things breathe, to allow that fresh start, the clean space, to get used to the clean space where we're not covered up, where we're not inauthentic, where we're embodied, right? Yeah. And that's what's coming through in my work and series that you're going to be on. And what was happening, I had just finished a Unstoppable Confidence group, 9-day event that everybody here is welcome to participate in. Now I'm just leaving it open because we're stepping into this refresh, we're stepping into this restart, and we're stepping into embodiment. And my message when I was 13, I had Christ appear to me in a field after years of abuse and said, go home and tell. And I had been telling since I was like 4, right? Like I'd been telling and telling and telling. But this particular time, I was in a field and I was just bawling my eyes out. And I just ran from what was my last perpetrator in that arena. And nothing had happened, really. I got out of the horse stable I was kind of locked in. And I was out in this field and I was just crying. I'm like, no. And this ball of light with Jesus's face, how I see Jesus, appeared to me. And the surge of energy came through me and said, go home and tell. So I walked home and I told, and for some reason, everybody listened that time. And even the previous perpetrators listened. And within like 2 weeks, my whole family changed. My whole life changed. Their lives changed. We ended the cycle of abuse. So I literally at that moment went home and told. But since then, I've been helping people come home. Right. So when I first popped on here, you were talking about self-care, right? And
Yes.
we're not taught self-care. And then when we are, it's like this cookie cutter thing, right? How do you know what works for you? And so, you know, it's this exploration of self and getting to know yourself. So I think this is a reset. I think this is a fresh start for all of us. I think that the time off of work, right? I believe that, for Terry, like there's time now that you have to process your loss.
Yes.
Like you get to actually grieve with space, which so many people desire and want because they have to go to work, right? And they can't because we have this distraction. So instead of looking at it one way, we can shift the perspective and look at it as, oh, well, now I can walk through this grief. Nobody wants to walk through grief, right? It is the most massive lesson in emotional intelligence, which is what I'm talking about in the Unstoppable Confidence group right now, too. We're going deep into it. But it's grief is like, it is hard, Christine. And there's so many different levels. So to give yourself that space and that reset and say, you know what, my job will be hiring again. And they're going to look to me first. And I might decide that I want that job. And then it's still in great alignment for me. And I might decide I want to do something else. Right? And other jobs are going to be hiring again. And we don't know when, right? But if we fight that while we're in this, when you fight an emotion or you fight a belief system or you fight anything besides the bear, right? Or like the actual thing that you actually can fight. But when we fight the things that we shouldn't be fighting, when we fight what is, we no longer can be, right? And so take this time to be with whatever is, including this lockdown. I know Alaska, I'm gonna move this, I'm not quite sure. I know Alaska, we just did the lockdown. Like we got news yesterday, like everybody's in. You can go to the store, you can go to work if you have the jobs that qualify for work. That's it.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's a big deal. It's a lot to take in.
It is. Well, we've got same here, and I just feel like there's a big separation, like the world is stretching. There's love, there's fear, and you're seeing both sides, and you're like, woo, you know what? I'm staying on team love. But that's and the distancing and all that. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, you just said team love, so that just brought up, and there's been love and healing and hugs and love and love and love and love, like all through the comments here. And so my question for you guys, and I'll share a story here, but like, what is love? Right? Well, like, what is love? Because for me, love was critical. Love was, I'm going to fix you. I didn't experience people really caring for me. I mean, I did. My mom cared for me. My aunts cared for me. My uncles cared for me. I had people caring for me. But I also had a lot of drama and a lot of trauma. Like fighting was the love language. Screaming and yelling was how we said, I love you. Ripping up your room and saying, you're a fucking loser, excuse my language, was love.
All good. Yeah.
Right. It was all good. That was how authority showed up. That was how God showed up. That was love. Right. I was Catholic. And so love was, you're a sinner, right? Fix your sinning.
Yes.
Yeah. So to me, it was a huge shift when I got really, really, really bold with myself, really honest with myself. And I said, what is love? And I really looked at how I perceived love. And I was manifesting so much love in my life. People would constantly tell me how I misspelled everything. People would constantly tell me how I, was fat and didn't measure up. And I'm like, besides when I was pregnant, like, I'm normally a 6'8", size range, right? So but I was always huge. This was a theme in my life, right? People would always tell me how I could do better. How I wasn't
of course.
Enough, how I wasn't enough. Love was showing up for me everywhere. I was so loved. And it felt like I was getting beat over the head with whatever. It felt horrible. But once I realized that is how love showed up, that is how my little girl inside of me said, Mommy loves me. Daddy loves me. In relationships where, it was better. Like I was in a relationship where sex just wasn't it. I don't know. Do I have rules and regulations? We didn't really go over this. Like, where can I go here? Anywhere?
You can go. I drop the F-bomb. I maybe just because you're spiritual doesn't mean you don't have emotions or swears or whatever. Like, come on.
You're embodied, right?
Exactly. Just be yourself.
So
we got you.
I love studying sensuality and sexuality. I was sexually abused. So one way for me to heal it in my 20s was I found beautiful groups to study female orgasm and heal that. What did I attract in a mate? Somebody who didn't want to do it. Wasn't interested, right? Like, no. I couldn't experience that because that would validate my own self-love. And my definition of another person's love was critical and not in line with me. Right. And this continues to this day, you guys. Like, I don't proclaim to have it perfect. I am constantly looking at what is love? So that's my invitation to you in this conversation. And Antiqua says, I wasn't enough. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
wow,
I wasn't enough.
Beautiful. Yeah. That is a plague. That is a plague.
It is, absolutely.
In our society is this brainwashing. And because our family wasn't enough. So let's heal this right now. If I can gift you a bazillion things, let's start here in this hour, right? In this time.
Yes.
No, I know that I was raised and the people that supposedly love me, even if you know that wasn't love, right? You know it wasn't healthy. You've been in therapy for a bazillion years. You're spiritual, you're awakened, you're alive, you take care of yourself, you're doing your best, right? Like, you probably bought every self-help book and been to every seminar that there ever was, right? So let's just, I'm assuming that, right? Like, in your head, oh, that's not it, right? You might have even defined love for yourself. So let's just look for a moment, just with curiosity and openness, how love showed up for you when you were little, right? What did it look like? How did it appear? And for that moment, just get really, really real with yourself. Love told me there's always something to fix about me. Love told me that if I didn't have a certain body type, I wasn't lovable. I wasn't sexy. And men wouldn't want me. And if men didn't want me, then I had no power, because all my power was in my sexuality. Because the only thing that I did have was what's between my legs. And I'm being really raw and real with you from child of abuse, right? But that was my worth. Daddy loved me, my stepdad, my adopted dad, just to clear my bio's dad's name. He didn't do anything to me. But my stepdad, loved me and was interested in me so I could do chores, because I was a hard worker and that was important to him. And because I was pretty, and he couldn't keep his hands off me, right? No control. That was love. So I've attracted really good men that would lose control. It might not be sexually, right? But would lose control, lose their heads, lose their tops. Or they'd be the exact opposite and no give a shit at all. Totally disconnected, right? It's like no fight in them whatsoever. Like, just like, oh, and those ones were the safe ones, right? So I'm like, oh, I chase after them. And the other part of love for me was critical, right? You need to spell better, look better, this critical. And then love showed up to me as my therapists, because I got in the system when I was 13. Jesus appeared to me. Remember the story. So Jesus appeared to me, told me to go home and tell, gave me my life mission, gave me my life gifts. Now I help reseed souls into their human body so they can shift all of this. So we can shift the dynamics of genes, right? So it's very much what I do now. And then I help people master their etheric bodies and emotional bodies and mental bodies and physical bodies and align with your truth by reseeding the soul. So that's my mission. Like, God gave me my mission in life and said, this is what you do. So I went home and I told, and my first loves were my therapists. What did they want to do? They wanted to fix me.
Of course.
Right? They wanted to help me learn how to cope. They wanted to fix me. They wanted to, I was a broken girl that was hurt. Right? They didn't teach me about victim mentality or survival mentality or mindset or manifestation or empowering me at all. They just taught me, they just wanted to hear my story. So it was like for a decade, I just regurgitated my story. And so when I was in my late 20s, early 30s, I'm 44 now, and going into psychology and into this field, I'd have my coaches and teachers say, why don't you have any reaction at all? Like, you're telling me this horrific story and like, you're not even there. Right. It was because I had told it so many times.
And maybe a separation of
there was
two personalities in a way.
Kind of, maybe a little bit, but more so, I was just bored.
Okay.
I was just bored of it. Like, it just had become my reality. Right? I didn't feel sorry for myself anymore. There was no pity. I was sick of dealing with it. I was sick of telling the story. Right? It was just my life. I was at a place of acceptance. Right? And that's when things changed. So that's why I tell you this, you guys. That's when things changed. So if you have this ability to accept what was and really look at how support, how love, how value showed up for you, what love looked like for you, even if you have a completely different understanding of it, because you've done so much healing and so much everything right now. If you go back there and you look at what love is, what love was, and accept it, just accept it, then there'll be no more fight. Then we can shift, I am enough. Right? So the therapists were trying to be healthy, right? My mom started going to codependency class and women's power and the woofs and, the whole books and all those things. My mom jumped into therapy with me full force, and we changed the dynamic of my family. We healed the family. She's like, we healed ourselves. It took us years to end our own cycle of fighting and abuse and criticism. In some cases, we're still working on it. But all of that said, once we accepted what was, then we could shift. Then we could see it. It wasn't bad to see it, right? So let's talk about the coronavirus. I'm just kind of free flowing here.
Sure, flow away.
And interject and ask and comment, you guys, as much as you'd like. So, so the coronavirus, like, we're wanting to bring love into it, right? We want to bring that love into it. First thing is to really look at how love vibrates in your body, the inner child, and just notice if there's anything that you haven't accepted. And then instead of trying to fix it, change it, talk it into being enough, love it through it, what I call spiritual bypassing it.
Yeah.
Right? Or emotionally bypassing it, or mentally bypassing it, or even physically bypassing it by eating all the right foods and doing all the right things, right? Following all the right rules. Just accept it with all the love and acceptance that you know. So if it is a story of I'm not good enough, if it was a story of we don't have enough money, there's not enough supply, right? There's not enough, period. I'm not enough, there's not enough, nothing is enough, I'm never going to be enough. This is the normal story for many of us. It really boils down to when you solidify that final meaning.
Yes.
There isn't enough love. And instead of trying to pile love on top of that, just accept that there's a belief system, right? There's a program running that says, that agrees. And kind of get bored with it. Stop criticizing it. Stop making it wrong, right? Stop playing its own program on it. Stop fighting it. Stop trying to fix it. Just accept that there is a program. There's a virus called I'm not enough. There's not enough. And this virus is. Period. When I had cancer in my early 20s, I had cervical ovarian cancer. So I had ovarian polyps and everything, cervical cancer. And stage 3, moving, like the real deal. I wasn't allowed to go to a medical place. One of my experiences was with a sharp object. And so when they said they were going to cut it out and do the leap and put the cone up me and do radiation, I was like, yeah, but then they didn't have a little piece at this women's clinic in Boulder, Colorado, where I grew up. And I did anger, right? I did anger and freak out because that's what got results. And so I did anger and freak out, and they said, malpractice, you're out. And I was blessed because I ran to a chiropractic's office. My mom's a chiropractor, and so that she was in California at the time, but they were like family to me. And this beautiful naturopathic doctor, Nancy Rao, was there, and she's on the table like next to me. It was Network Chiropractic, so I don't know if you've ever been there, but they like have tables like right next to each other, and they like treat a whole bunch of people at one time. And so she sat up and she's like, oh, we can do that. No problem. Like no fear, nothing. And I went on a year journey of getting to know my internal self. And that kind of brought me to the story I was beginning earlier, randomly enough, about healing my sexuality. And we began this internal journey of doing the right things, of eating right, of loving myself, of looking, of accepting, of being present, and just beginning to form the relationship with our body, right? And what it brought me to is knowing that relationship fuels the mind, and that relationship fuels the emotions, and that relationship fuels spiritual realm, which I'll call the etheric body, right? It's where there's still dark and light. There's still good and evil. We're not to that beautiful soul realm where we're in what I think many people are calling the fifth dimension, where there's like,
Yes.
we're good. You know, we're good. We're from that place of love. But a lot of people get confused with this etheric level being the fifth dimension, right?
Yeah.
So if you're experiencing that good and bad, dark and light, evil, not good enough, and thinking, oh, if I get the virus, the coronavirus, if I if I have something bad happen to me, if I attract something that isn't pleasant to me, it means I'm not good enough, and blah blah blah, because there's an etheric realm, right, that is different than that soul realm, that is very much 3D. It's 4D, it's 4D, right? It's that 4D realm that nobody's really talking about. We just want to like skip over.
Yeah. One
right?
jump.
And illness, and when you take that illness, and when I brought up the cancer, and it goes with the coronavirus or any deadly disease, really, when when we have, there's that dry cough, you guys. I had the fever already. It's all good. But when
you don't mind if I interject? There's quite a few comments coming in. So Lynn is just saying you're hitting the bullseye, accepting aspect of what we're experiencing during childhood, so we can finally move on. Yes. Mm-hmm. And then Brandy, I've seen your message, and my heart goes out to you. She says, I think the only love I knew was my baby sister. I took care of her to make sure she went through nothing I had. I feel that. That's heavy. That's very heavy. You were a protector. I just see a big shield. That's what I see.
Brandy, can I love on you for a second?
Go for it.
Okay. That is the love that you knew that you gave. That is your understanding that love was greater than what you had. And from what I can visualize and see, which I'm rarely wrong, this is why they call me the trauma transformer. So I'm just going to trust it. You did experience love. It didn't look or feel like we're told love does. It was and could have been very dark, very scary, very manipulative. A lot of brainwashing. And a false sense of power. And you were told, and the part of us that is in amnesia, the part of us that is being programmed when we're growing up, right? Our physicality, our mentality, which then runs to our nervous system, that then translate to our physical body, right? That then manifests as our emotions and helps us stay on the vibration to control our etheric realm, whether there's two different realms of that. So I believe that you were very, very, very in tune spiritually and etherically. We become masterful at living in this fourth dimension, kind of outside of ourselves, because it's too painful to be inside of our physicality, inside of our brains, getting criticized, inside of our emotions being thrown all over the place and not given a shit about and not respected. So we get really excellent at living in the etheric realm. But it's still dark and white. It's still black and white. It's still bleh, right? So all that said, really anchoring that back down in and getting really open to how the lie of love and I'm not good enough shows up. And this is where it takes bravery, you guys. This is why I'm not a therapist, even though I have my master's in transpersonal psychology and almost my doctorate, and I love therapy. Yes, thank you, Brandy, for that affirmation. This is the shift right here, you guys. So you look at what was, you accept what was without criticism. Antiqua, exactly. You take that out, you just go into acceptance, and you understand that that is how you were programmed, that love and security and safety and abundance and enough and all the things that we need and require in this lifetime to manifest and manage our world here are period. Are period.
There is no more.
There is no more. And this is hardwired in your brain. It's not your fault. It's not even your parents' fault because it was hardwired into their brain. This is that 7 generations back. It's ancestral. It's genetic. Yes. What we know now about genetics, what we know now about this history, what biblically and every other text that you read, and I've read them all. I mean, it just is, right? We carry this pattern, and part of it is nature and part of it is nurture, right? And so, Brandy, you were able to love beyond that. You were able to love beyond that. Are you able today to go back and look at how you were loved? And it might very much look like not loved, right? Like my story, like not loved at all. It does not the definition that love should be, right? But the definition of what love is. And accept it. Accept you.
Yeah.
Without having to co-correct it by loving better and being a martyr.
Yeah.
Because the time of martyrism is complete. And Elizabeth the Martyr, who was one of the, she's a saint for martyrism, right? Says it's complete. Martyrism is done. We no longer have to be in self-sacrifice in order to admit love. This is the reset. And the coronavirus is a real manifestation of this paradigm of ending our slavery to not enough and worthless and the misconception of love and martyrism.
Couldn't said that better myself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Like nailed it on the head. A spiritual 2x4 to the head. No.
Thank you.
And Honeybee was here. She was here, but she's leaving the house now. I know she's busy, but it was beautiful for her to drop in and say hello.
Thank you for this date in time and space.
Yeah, she brought us together, and I love that. I mean, she's amazing. She is definitely the virtual connector.
Yeah, very much. Is
there
anyone else?
Yeah, well, she just says, and she is a client of mine and a student, but she loves everyone, goodness. That's unconditional love. Now you got to turn around and give that to yourself. And
Yeah.
there's no deserving or not. It just is.
Yeah, exactly.
So you really have to decide, like, if you're still saying whether they deserve it or not, there's a separation. So it's a judgment. So you need to figure out where that comes from. I've done it. Believe me, I still catch myself.
Yeah, me too. Sure. And
I'm too, and I'm
also like,
and yeah,
like the boundaries have to come first for us. So you can love somebody
absolutely.
from very afar, right? Like I
Of
totally
course.
trust you with your energy and not allowing you to plug into me, right? And I do this with everybody, right? But I totally trust you with your energy that you can heal this for yourself and like love you. Like that's loving them from afar. And really protect yourself, really love yourself, right? In all.
Yes. You're sacred. You're sacred. Treat yourself like a sacred, like they say, like the temple you are.
You don't have to love them, right? You can totally keep loving them.
Of course.
Really keep those unhealthy loves, like let them be unhealthy on their own. Like
you can just look at it from a distance where it's like watch. Well, you mentioned bear. You don't run up to a bear and give them a hug. You watch them from a distance and say, "Oh, it's a bear. I will send my love to the bear." But that's about it.
Yeah.
Because if I go up and run and hug him, what's going to happen? Anyways, I just got that visual because you mentioned bear. I just thought that was funny. So
yeah, bear's sorry if my reaction was that like, what? But my boyfriend's name is Bear too. So when you said that, I was
okay.
Like, no, I'd run up to him. But then I was like, oh yes, I said a bear, like the grizzly bear. Her. So I was like, what do you mean?
That's wild. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We are definitely connected here in more ways than one. Makiba, she would like to connect with you. She needs help with her inner child.
Facebook message me and we'll just set up a call. Yeah, for sure.
Her links are there. You can put your links in the comments as well for people to get a hold of you.
I don't know how to comment. It's not letting me like see a little comment thing.
Oh, well, I'll have to put it in. Yeah, you can go to private chat. There you go.
Private chat.
Yeah, there you go. So you can do that. And just, I pull a card for myself every day. I talk with, obviously that's what I do, but, and everyone knows I pick from the energy deck. And it's interesting when we talked about inner child and I picked orange for a specific reason because it's all about the sacral chakra today. It's all about the inner child stuff. And if you want to work with Archangel Ariel, you want to work with that energy. So very intentional what's happening today. And the guests that I brought on today, obviously universe knew what was going on and lined it up.
I'm putting in here this Facebook group that I'm in that talks a lot about confidence. We go into that. We're talking specifically now about emotional intentions and stuff like that. There's a 9-day video thing that I just did going really deep into self-confidence and it is all inner child work. So that might be a really great blessing for y'all to just join that.
Absolutely. I mean, the inner child, we've been denying that for far too long.
Yeah.
And everything that's happening right now is for a reason, because we're being forced to go there.
Mm-hmm. This is
whether you go willingly or you go kicking and screaming. I always say you have a choice.
And you do. Yeah, you do have a choice. So those choices are basically go in fighting. And if you've had a lifetime where you've been subject to fighting, if fighting was normal in your family, like it was in mine, I was on a live in my group as you were calling me saying, you're supposed to be on right now. I'm like, it's 2 hours before. I'm very happy I'm up. I was just talking about that. Like if you were raised in a fighting environment, if you have a natural adrenal set, right? A fight, flight, or freeze. If your natural adrenal set is as a fighter, you hunker down, you become that bear, right? You like get bigger and bigger and bigger so you can fight.
Yes.
Like stop fighting it. Stop fighting it. And practice this awareness of just peace, 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 peace.
You gotta find more ways to be the responder, not the reactor. Be present. I am presence. I am. That word "I am" says it all. That's all you need to say. I am.
Yeah. I am. Yeah. So, in this, I don't know how much time we have. I think you probably have somebody on the hour. Yeah.
Just myself and spirit, but I'd say another 10, 15 minutes. You're all good.
Okay. I just want to be respectful of you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you.
So, this I am enough. I feel a call, and the I am is what sparked this. I feel a call to just take it a little bit different, or anything that's coming up, whether it's the grief, right? Who was the person? Was that Terry that had the grief in the beginning? And so many people are dying, right? And people are sick, and people are happening, and things are happening, and we have fear coming up, like whatever is coming up. There needs to be an awareness that the real virus is this: I'm not enough. The real virus is the healing is, of this virus is to stop and to reset. And we do that through acceptance. And then really allowing the definition of what was, like understanding your definition of love as we were taking in this, and how it was taught to you, so how it's hardwired in your body, and then being present with yourself on all levels. And when all 3D, 4D levels, okay? Your 5D level will shift it like this. Where's my camera?
There you go.
Like this. And so if you're anchored in your body, if you have that, if your soul to its full extent, which changes as we go through upgrades, we hold more and more and more of our own light. And there's fragments of our soul from my research, my studies, that are up in heaven, and there's anchors that are down. And then there might be pieces of your soul that are left with certain circumstances and people and power and blah, 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 blah. Everything that's not enough, right? So it's calling that in, reclaiming who you are through acceptance, okay? Being present with that without judgment. And it might feel like shit, right? You might be told there to hang out there for a while. This is the dark night of the soul. Yes, but you're not changing anything. You're not fixing anything. You're in absolute love and unconditional love. So who was talking about unconditional? Brandy, is it? Yeah. So yes. Brandy, this is where your gift will come into play. Unconditional love, all this part of yourself, every circumstance, every part of your history, every relationship, everything that this is manifested up for, all the things, like quit victimizing yourself, quit playing the victim, quit playing the survivor. Most importantly, you guys, this is where we get stuck, is in survivorhood. Quit playing the survivor, quit playing Mr. Powerful, Mrs. Powerful, and just be in that presence, right? In that presence. For the reset, however long you reset is, you'll know when it's over, because then you'll have a spark and awareness to redesign.
Yes.
And that's when all of your therapy, all of your spiritual classes, all of your meditation practices, all of your awarenesses, all of your truths that you've been fighting to prove you're enough, right? While in the state of disbelief because of the hardwiring, will be allowed to solidify and heal everything. And then coming back to what I was saying before, as you go through this space, there's this etheric realm that many of us are really, really comfortable living in, this fourth dimension. Many light workers, I believe, are fourth dimensional by nature, meaning that we came in, we experienced shit that got us out of our body. We're not comfortable in our body. We didn't want to necessarily be embodied again, period. It's not something we really wanted. To think is like bullshit. Like, why are my thoughts even important? Like, this is all telepathy. It's all heart, like blah, blah, blah. We know all this stuff. This is like old news, right? To feel and go through emotions is like a waste of time. Well, you guys, we are here. We are here to do this, to master this, to show the people that aren't fully embodied, right? That only know this way of being, what the fourth dimension is like, what the fifth dimension is like, right? So in order to show them how to bring fifth dimensional consciousness, seventh dimensional consciousness into your physicality, into your reality, to anchor heaven on earth, you got to embrace and master your blueprint on how this works for you. And it's unique for all of us. We all have our own houses to design and decorate. So my desire for you is to know that nothing about you is wrong, not good enough, sick. There is no dis-ease that you can't manifest and heal from if you're not fighting it. If the disease isn't bad, if the corona isn't bad, if the I'm not enough isn't bad, if the freeing the children and the world from subjective slavery isn't bad, if the war on drugs isn't bad, and we go about things as it is, acceptance in that presence zone of it is, and that full acceptance of it is, of the not black and white, but 5D'ing it, right? So we're 5D'ing it. It's not black and white. It's not right and wrong. It's not anything. Years ago, spiritual teachers would say, there's no evil in the world. There's no dark and light in the world. It's all good. They're like, kumbaya.
Yeah.
And I'm like, were you raised Catholic?
Because that's where you learned where the evil and darkness. Yeah, I get it.
I mean, for me, my that wasn't where I learned. Like, I really was. That was my good part. But that did make.
For many people, though, that's.
My grandpa was in the school district. My dad was in the school district, right? So the Catholics molested both of them, and that's how I got molested, right? So so it trickles down.
Yeah.
And so. But it is like, we got to accept that these dark atrocities, that this I'm not enough virus, that the poverty, that the everything is, we have to accept that it is without any denial, without any right or wrong, without any judgment, totally present. And that's the reset, you guys. And we have to do it for ourselves. We get this opportunity to go inside and do it for ourselves. And that's what's gonna really transform the world. Because once we do it for ourselves, we're doing it for the collective. We're doing it for everybody. Like, that's, you can collectively pray like St. Teresa did, like, for everybody, right? And you can be out there doing good works, and you will touch as many people as St. Teresa touched, and her orphanages and her places and her people, right? But you won't change the world.
Yes.
There'll still be a war. And she said it right. Like, she had it right. She's like, go inside, find the peace, right? St. Teresa of Avila said the same thing. Go inside, find the peace, right?
Yeah.
St. Augustine, same thing. Go inside, find the peace. The kingdom of heaven is within.
Yes.
Right?
Magdalene.
It's in that presence, right?
It
and
is.
From that presence, you can choose how you want to love. So Brandy, that's when your unconditional love becomes the gift to the world, right? You can choose what that looks like then. But as long as what that looks like in your heart and your nose of nose and your, yes, I came into this world knowing that this is why I was born to be in this time, right? As long as that is fighting what is, and we're denying what was, whether it's our own hardwiring or the world, we are not going to shift. Even if that high vibration of love is so pure and so martyric and so loving and so present, as long as there's this is right, that is wrong, there is no shift.
That's right. Absolutely. Wow. I'm sure we could talk for hours.
We could. I think I summed it up, though. I think I finished what I wanted to say. I've given you guys a formula.
It was beautiful. Thank you so much for your light, your love, your presence. I left all the links on how to get a hold of Lisha, her website, her Facebook groups. Go back and have a look. And I want you
Feel free to message me, you guys.
Yes.
Reach out, message me, say hi.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't have to be like, oh, I'm going to hire you and blah, blah, blah. Like, let's just say hi, get to know me. Let's get to know each other. Like, I'm here.
There you go.
I'm too.
Exactly. There you go. And we will be connecting later on, I believe, your show as well in a week and a bit.
What day are you coming on?
I think it's the 5th. Is that a Sunday?
Yes.
Yeah, on Sunday.
Sunday.
Yeah.
So
nice.
Next Sunday, she'll be on a show that I felt inspired to do. Spirit said, call all the embodied light workers in. We have to show them. That's so funny. I was just talking about this. I didn't even realize this. But yeah, we're showing people, experiencing people that are embodied, right? That are living this heaven on earth walk for themselves and how it looks. And I'm doing an interview series, and Honey connected us both ways.
Yes, she did.
This is the person. And now we just had this conversation, which totally confirmed.
Synchronicity.
I love it. So yeah, come and listen to that on Your Own University YouTube's channel, you guys. It's free. Like, there's no sign up, there's no anything. You just come and listen, and it's just God told me to do it, and I do what I'm told.
There you go. Beautiful. Well, I'm sending lots of love and virtual hugs to you. Stay safe, stay healthy, and I'm sure we'll talk soon. Guys, you know how to get a hold of her. If you don't, put it in the comments. We will hook you up. If you're on the replay, we will not leave you hanging.
No.
All right. Well, take care. Love you. Lots of love.
Reset.
Yes. Happy reset. See you. All right, guys. I know that there were a few comments here. Definitely not ignoring anyone. You can see me. No, kidding. Lynn is just talking about she thinks she experienced her reset this past week, having to learn to trust and have faith that everything is going to be okay. Yeah, trust and faith. I love that. And to let go of the feeling of control and just accept things for what they are, and just know that you are enough and you're ready to accept things for what they are, that the universe will provide what I need when I'm ready. Yeah, see? It's all inner realization, and we are merely just guides, and it takes time. And everybody has their own timeline when this inner realization comes to fruition, if that makes sense. So Makiba has invited Brandy. Hello, Brandy. Thank you for joining us. Thanks for being here. And yes, thank you for the invite. And please share this with your friends. Invite more people. Tag, share, because coming up, I'm just fixing this, and Brandy is blown away. Yeah, she is pretty magical, isn't she? And that's why I'm doing this 5D Love Summit, because that's exactly, we're all here going home together. We're all here to raise each other up. We're all here for connection. There is no more separation. That's been the problem. And that's why Alicia was talking about the reset, the actual reset. So this is what's coming up right now. There's going to be about a 10-minute break, so you guys can stretch, use the, facilities, get some snacks, sing, dance, whatever you need to do. Make that phone call, reach out to somebody, say hello. Yes, say hello. And yeah, she is pretty darn amazing. Yep. You just need a high dosage of motivation to get things done now. Yes. Coming back in 10 minutes, we are going to do, what are we doing? I don't even know what we're doing. It's going to be me. So we're doing a group Reiki healing session. So I'm sending out, I am just a channel, sending out the love to you guys, removing any gaps in energy, anything that's stuck, not moving. Because there's still a lot of fear out there. That was the message right away. It just comes in from this side. But and then we might be, looking at some intuitive stuff. There's a bit of channeling. I might pull a few cards before our next guest, and lovely Tabitha will be coming in at 1 o'clock. And she's a healer, light worker, a singing light worker and guide. And she's bringing her drum and a special meditation as well. So it's going to be pretty cool. All right. Oh, and hi, Pushpa. So nice of you to join. Thank you so much. Love, lots of love to India, to you guys. Namaste. Yes. Thank you. You're welcome. You guys, talk amongst yourself. Like I said, I am taking this break. I am going to get up and stretch. There's no music, so go and do what you need to get done, and I will be back. All right. What are you doing? Are you having snacks? All right. Oh, I gotta do my little bit of reading and all that. Next guest comes on. Guess we'll have soup tomorrow. Yeah. Okay. Just talking about a little bit of this rice. Yeah, I know. I just want to get off my hands. It hurts. I need one of those little floor chairs. It's like a meditation chair. It's the upright instead of using pillows. Were you listening or what were you doing? I was just watching these coming out there. I think it goes off. All right. It's a little chilly in here.
So, is your name up here?
Not really.
Okay.
Learned about tapping.
Okay.
No, here. Like if you have anxiety, if you're feeling overwhelmed, anxious, stressed, great way to get you out of whatever's going on in your head. Good practice. This fear is here. This is anxiety. This is anger. This is anxiety. This is worry. This is stress. This is fear. Tapping, tapping. Stop snowing with it.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, I'm not going out there. It's windy too. Great. Hmm?
That's one.
I've done it too. next time I gotta find some music to put on in the background. I'll take a little reading. Yeah, no, not that music. We have to go back down. Yep. I mean, you can be up here, and you have to be quiet. Yeah, see you at 2 o'clock. It's all good. Okay. Yeah, well, lots of comments here. We will be starting in a minute or so. And thank you to Suzanne and Lisha for their beautiful gifts, sharing their love, their light with all of us. So blessed and honored to have you ladies here and all the beautiful souls that are online now. Come on in, guys. Just clearing out all of the high energy that we have here. Wow. So much energy in this room. It's amazing. It's amazing. Thank you so much. All right. Let's get this banner down. There's no more breaks. We're getting ready to go again. Hello. Thanks for hanging around. I just realized that maybe I should have some music for you guys next time. I'm working on that. I am working on it. Music that won't get me in trouble, so it can't be stuff that's licensed or has, privacy issues. So if you know of some instrumental music or some music that isn't copyrighted, let me know. All right. So yeah, this is all I was doing, because we're just going to clear the energies that are here, center the energies that are here. And yeah, I just invite you guys to take a few centering breaths. Close your eyes. And collectively, let's send out that love, that light, that healing, all that healing energy worldwide. That's what we're working on. And my intention is connection. All right. So, if you don't know who I am, I'm a medium, intuitive energy coach, and old soul healer, also known as an empath. I mean, there's many different names, words, associations with that. All right. Wow, look at all the love that was going on in the background. Thanks, Lisha, for keeping it going. Yes, yes. All right. So first of all, I wanted to do a group healing. Yeah, that's what we're doing first. So I just invite you guys to close your eyes, take a few centering breaths. And just get real grounded. Now, if you need a visualization for grounding, imagine you have roots, or imagine you have a cord that's tied to your root chakra. The cord shoots down your legs, out your feet, and into the ground, smashing through the dirt, tree roots, rocks, and debris until it reaches the center of the earth, of Mother Gaia. There is a giant rose quartz that is suspended in the middle of the earth, and your cord, your roots, tightly wound and wrap itself around that quartz. And you begin to shoot back up through the way it came until it reaches just to the soles of your feet, and you can actually feel it pulling you back down, rooted you back down into Mother Earth. You are now grounded. All right, so that was just a quick little grounding because I know that there was a ton of energy going on here. I'm just doing the attunements to start this. And I invite you, if you want, you can follow me along. My eyes will be closed for this. And just notice what happens when you rub your hands together. You create your own energy. You've got it right there. You can make a ball out of it. You can do with it whatever you'd like. And let me know if you notice anything, you feel anything, see anything, smell anything. And maybe you have the best sleep you've had in a long time tonight. If anything, not everybody feels and experiences Reiki the same. We are all different. You might feel tingling, you might feel cold, you might feel warm. You might feel like you're getting electricity through your body. You might feel a twitch in a certain part of your body. That indicates that, things are moving. And I am just a channel. The energy moves through me, through you, and throughout whoever needs it at this present moment in time and space. And just a message I'm getting is you've been shook. We're shook to the core. We're getting this. We're feeling this. Some of us don't want to, though. We don't want to go there. Everything will return back to normal. I'm getting that message big time right now. There's a lot of us that are still thinking that everything's going to go back to normal the way it was. And we're saying, no, absolutely not. It can never go back to the way it was, because what was I just heard almost destroyed us. We were on the edge. We could not sustain. Mother Earth is like, I can breathe now. We are all connected so deeply, so deeply. Anchor that, anchor in the heart chakra and tether it to, I'm getting, wow, yeah, orange, sacral inner child stuff here, inner child stuff. Lots of that stuff's coming up to service, and it's scary and it's heavy. I just get a lot of heavy. Things are cracking, things are creaking, things are opening up. I didn't want to face the truth. It was in front of me the whole time. I don't need to run anymore. I could stop. I could stop running. There's nowhere to go. You got to go in. You got to go deep dive within. Deep soul diving. Because it's not about money. It's not about jobs. It's not about ego. It's not about stuff. Did those 8 cars that you bought bring you anything? Oh, wow. Some of the stuff that's coming through. Why does no one listen to me? Why does no one listen to me? And I don't know who that is, but you're finding your voice. The voice. The voice. We can speak our truths now instead of hiding behind them all. And we are going to just transform not only ourselves, but of this earth. I just see a wave, like a wave, a collective wave of light workers, of healers. And it transcending. Does that make sense? Things are falling away, and it's like, you know how they say fire is very destructive, but actually fire is very cleansing, more cleansing, more cleansing. And a lot of you are highly intuitive, and you're just noticing this now instead of going, I need answers from other people, but actually the answers are right here, right here. So I'm just going to start closing this down and work with Archangel Michael. I just heard cutting cords, cutting more cords and attachments and negative energies that are no longer yours. Let them go. Ask him to, Archangel Michael, your gold sword, cut all cords and attachments and send them back in love and light. They are no longer my attachments. They are no longer my stuff. They are no longer my energies. They are no longer. They are no longer. Okay, I'm cutting this off because I just went like, I could feel being pulled down more and more and more into Mother Earth. I could just feel it, and almost felt like I was being pulled forward, and then I had to bring myself back and pull back down. So, all right, guys, let me know how you're feeling, if anything, if you saw anything, you felt anything. You might get stuff later on, messages, dreams. Make sure you're writing in your dream journal. Let me know if you have any questions. So it was basically a group Reiki healing, and the channeling was coming through at the same time. I wanted, yeah, this is me wanting to separate it, but no, it was all together, all together. And there's still a lot of, toxicity in the air, and we need to stop looking outside when we have it. We have it all here. We don't need to be distracted. I'm seeing like a total blackout, meaning no more, we're looking outwards when we have it right here. We need to cut off sources that are pulling us off our center, keeping us unbalanced. And that's what they want. They want you to be off balance. And that's what we've been doing for so long. We didn't know we have our inner guru. It's right here. We've got it all. Lynn is just, I'd be happy to have the energy to do anything right now. I'd like to be able to focus on my side business and further my ascension and personal growth. I just heard more focus on one task at a time, because I'm guilty of it as well. I want to do a million things at the same time, and it's not possible because it pulls from your energy and it drains you and depletes you. So pick one thing that's an absolute yes. And you know what it is already. You know what it is. Anyways, that's just the quick message I got. Felt the all one energy, yes. And that's the whole idea. Is the channel, it goes out. It's like a million tethers just out. It's like it's hard to describe. It's like a crystalline grid. It's that type of energy. That's what we are. And once you put it out there, it just hits to where it's needed. Lighten up the inner Christmas tree as well. Peace and no competition. Yeah, absolutely. The competition part's got to stop. You got to suck it up, or go hard or go home, and no pain, no gain. That's all a bunch of BS. It absolutely is, because it numbed off all of the stuff that we needed to heal from. Well, you missed the part of the Reiki healing and channeling just now. You were on, then your feed popped off. I'm not sure. Maybe there was a ton of energy going on right there. Does happen. And you know what? More of us are online right now. So I've been seeing a lot of warnings about, even with StreamYard that I use, that there might be some delays or interruptions with stuff. So we just have to be patient. All right. So let me know. I have about 15 minutes left if you're looking for a message from the other side, from your guides, angels, loved ones. If you're looking for a card, if you're looking for maybe just a quick, I do body scans as well. So, but please, tag someone, share this out as well, because I've got one more guest coming on afterwards. All right, so Pushpa, she wants to know the color of her aura and about your spiritual journey. I felt immense energy, but eyes become heavy. Oh. With the eyes, I mean, the first thing that, they're telling me is you have everything. And I'm seeing blue. I'm seeing blue, and blue indicates, and you can read, we can all read aura. We can all see color. It's just a matter of going inward and tapping into our third eye more, living intuitively, basically. It's not just, I see it as a switch, it is, but once you turn it on, you're not turning it off, because you've made like a declaration to to spirit that this is where you want to live, and you want to live from your intuition, which we have been living from our ego for so long. Now we're making the switch. Still part of who we are. So blue, meaning you're a seeker. A seer, you ever heard that term? You get visions. I don't know if there's something in your dreams as well. Like you've been trying really hard to open this because I got a bit of pain here. So telling you to relax more. It's when you get the ego involved that wants it to be right. That's when you kind of push your intuitiveness away, if that makes sense. So yeah, the blue is the guide, the seer, the something yogi. I don't know if that makes sense. It's almost like do you ever get touched here? Because I had a touch here and then a touch on the foot. So that's my signal for you're getting nudges. You're getting nudged. That's what it is. Yeah, they're saying to pay attention to more. And when you're meditating, feel blue, the indigo. Indigo is the third eye, right? Indigo, blue, very similar color. Your eyes become heavy. Yeah, dream, more of a dream state, a meditative state. Does that make sense? So let me know. Oh, and you're welcome, Lynn. Lots of love to you. All right. So yeah, I put that out there. Like I said, I have cards, energy deck. I have a self-care deck. If you're looking for intuitive guidance, I'm also working on. I'm trying to build up my subscribers on YouTube as well. So I'm looking for my 100th subscriber, and the 100th subscriber wins a 30-minute intuitive soul session and healing, basically a Reiki rescue reading, or as Lynn would call it, the Cadillac of all readings. So there's mediumship, intuitive guidance, there's Reiki, body scans, running through all of your chakras, finding the gaps in energy, because that's all it is. It's a gap. I don't like the word block and all that, or muddy, or whatever term you want to use, because they're all meridian centers. We're all energy centers, and we're all capable of. I have a chakra meditation that you run through. It's 4 minutes, and it's a great way to rebalance, reset. Because sometimes when we're feeling pulled, or a lot of things are going on, right? It's I don't want to say it's a quick fix. I don't like that term either. So it's a practice. You got to practice it, basically. All right, just going to the comments here. Lynn is looking for a quick read. Are you looking for a card or just a general? I mean, I could pick cards here, but Pushpa, thank you so much. Divine gratitude and much love. You're welcome. You're welcome. Just just have patience. Lots of patience. It takes patience and trust, and on your journey. And my mentor at one point had said, if you're ever if you're nervous, you focus on the service. You take the focus off of yourself, thinking, am I going to get this message right? There's no right, there's no wrong. It's letting go and just being a channel, just being a guide, and whatever comes through, because if you start questioning what comes through or saying, oh, I don't know if I should say that, then Spirit's going to be like, what's going on here? I'm not going to assist you because you're wishy-washy. You cannot be wishy-washy. All right, so let's get a card for Lynn. See what's going on here. Door to Spirit. This is your card. 3 and 2 is 5. Look at that. Look at the birds. The door is gold, and we are in the golden age right now. 2020 is a golden age of consciousness. We are all coming together collectively. Lynn, spiritual awakenings and new beginnings for you. I mean, you feel this already. 3 and 2, 32 is a card number. 5 invokes change. Lots of changes going on. Expansive, energetic realm. It's this door that's open is truly unlimited. You are truly unlimited right now, and you know it. Do you believe it, though? Do you believe it? You got to reach deep into the core of your being. You're becoming more intuitive. You're becoming more aware of Spirit's presence and your own healing practices. You got to open up to this unexpected guidance, inspiration of Spirit, magic, and power of your true identity. And I mean, look at the white dove. There seems to be a lot of white light around you as well. And your affirmation is you relax and connect with your Spirit, wisdom, and power. You live in peace that Spirit brings, and you know that the world of Spirit supports you. So yeah, we're all coming in, becoming more aware of our Spirit, our divine power, our unconditional love that's always been there. It's been there from the beginning. It was just deeply buried and ingrained in programs and limiting beliefs and ancestral lineage as well. I just got past life for you, so I don't know if someone's going to do a past life reading for you or if you've thought about doing past lives. Somebody connected to you in a past life. So Lynn, look into that. That was just a quick, and it's funny when I'm doing this on the fly, I always get message comes out to me from the right. Like a lot of times I'll be looking over here and you're like, well, what is she looking at? Well, I'm listening to Spirit. That's where my channel tends to go. So let me know if that resonates, Lynn, and share this out. Tag a few friends. Let's try and get some more folks here for my next guest coming up at 1 o'clock. And I'm also, I have contests, I have giveaways and freebies like chakra prayers, smudging, all of that stuff. I have it on my Facebook page as well. So if you want to go there, and I just hit over 500 likes and did a draw for that. So now we're going for 1,000 because apparently when you have 1,000, Facebook likes you more. I don't know. Not that I really care, but YouTube actually will give me more options and monetizations. And so I can do more for you guys because not only am I doing a weekly live show and podcast on Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, I also do intuitive weekly energy guidance every Sunday that comes out. So you'd want to subscribe to that because once a month I go live as well. And then once a month, the last Sundays of each month, I also do a group Reiki share with readings. So there's lots of stuff, that you can get from 24 Karat Healing for free. So go check it out. There's even a one-on-one intuitive coaching call as well. So 15 minutes, you haven't had one with me and you want to just reach out and see, what's 24 karat healing and Christine about? And then we can go from there. All right, Beth, I believe you're a first timer. Please share us, where you're from as well. But yeah, I have all of this grounding, protection, prayer, chakra opening, calling in spirit, and smudging. So if you're interested in any of that, I can send you the link to SoundCloud and you can have it with you at all times. All right. I'll do this quick for Beth here. What does Beth need to know? All right. I haven't seen this guy in a while. We've got the first chakra, Archangel Michael. So we're talking about your root chakra. And I mean, it makes a lot of sense with what's going on right now. A lot of us are feeling shaken, not grounded, survival mode, fear. But this is all about stability and security. And it's interesting, I just talked about Archangel Michael and cutting cords and such. Cutting cords and attachments and boundaries. Your energy is flowing freely regarding these issues. So you might have had problems feeling secure in the past, and for some reason, even more so. There's challenges that are being resolved at this time. So bring in the strength and your personal stability. You're capable of taking action and moving forward. So allow yourself to feel increasing faith in your own power and security right now. And always, I think last week, the last couple weeks have been like, what is going on here? And now it's like, okay, I got a layout of the land and in my own, owning into my own power. And your affirmation is your first chakra is open to its perfect healthy state. You're strong, stable, safe, and secure. And always invoke Archangel Michael to guide and support you always when it comes with security and stability and cutting cords and attachments. I often see Archangel Michael as the crystal quartz, like a clear quartz. The clear quartz is a master when it comes to clearing off all of your other crystals. So it's like the master cleanser. Interesting that I had this in my pocket as well. So I tend to keep, you know what, I'm just going to tell everyone, I always have my crystals on hand stuffed in my bra. Anyways, I'm sure there's other gals out there or guys that do that as well. They're just in your pocket, in your purse, wherever you feel guided to use. And that, they're just saying you're feeling more stable, more secure right now, more heart-centered. It's like heart to root finally got connected, meaning you're really stepping into your power and seeing the rings and the halo as well around you. Like you're guiding people. People are looking to you for answers. Yeah. So this is big. This is huge. And it almost seems like you're going to turn everything on its, like flip everything around, like who you are, what you do, just your whole identity. It's like you've shed all these layers and not worried about money or job or anything right now, because you're going to, whatever comes out of this, you being a guide and mentor, you're going to like manifest a new business. Does that make sense? I got the big business, like when I see a big B, that's like, okay, we're business. Okay. Long Island is in the house. I love it. All right. Lynn is saying, yes, you're so welcome. Love and hugs to you as well. And always reach out to me. That's what we're here for. And thank you so much, Beth, in the past. Yes. And you do angel card readings. Isn't that interesting? So you are highly connected to the angels, all right? And I just got shivers from that. So Spirit is like, this is great. You came here for a reason, and here you are. Beautiful. Lots of love and light to you, Beth. And continue doing what you're doing. You're guiding. You're a guide. People are looking to you. So keep going. I wake up every morning. How may I serve? I am merely a student of the universe. And just show me where to go. Show me where to go. Beautiful. Oh, and fairies too. Oh, I love that. I love fairies and dragons and unicorns, all that magical stuff. Ah, Miss Kelly, you just got back in from getting groceries. Okay, well, I have to make it quick because I do have a lady coming in at 1 o'clock. As long as everybody got their time zones right. Oh man, all right. And Kelly, I just got like real busy. This girl is busy. Ah, okay. Here comes another archangel, Gabrielle. 39, 3 and 9. That's 12. 1 and 2 reduces down to 3. So they're talking about the mind, body, spirit connection here. Mind, body, spirit, connecting it all. Reverse is not a bad thing. It is just meaning to pay attention. There seems to be some blocks in the throat center. Is there a situation right now where you're not able to share your ideas and opinions, or your feelings are kind of being like tossed aside, or some self-expression, or do you have like a physical throat issue? Yeah, I'm feeling kind of dry in the throat area. So you got to clear the throat chakra, call upon Gabriel and meditate and just see your throat chakra. I think we talked about this before, something about turquoise as well. Does that make sense? Are you wearing turquoise? Are you meditating on your throat chakra? Are you getting really clear? And this light ring is annoying. Now I know how my fellow card workers feel sometimes. Spinning in a beautiful blue light, just get the courage to speak up and stand up for yourself. Let go of any, fear of confrontation as well. Your affirmation is your throat chakra is open to its perfect healthy state, spinning with the beautiful energy of freedom and self-empowerment. You're free to express yourself in every way. It just feels like there's somebody, like someone's blocking, like it doesn't, you got to be able to speak up and for what you believe in and who you are and stand in your truths. And it doesn't mean, I got to tell everybody about everything, but it just, kind of a little more pushback because you're such a nice lady. And like a big helper and stuff like that. So that's, okay. Oh, looks like Tabitha is just coming in. Oh, okay. I see, Kelly. Yeah, every time you speak up, you get in an argument with your husband. Okay. Yeah, still speak up, speak your truth, and then cut the cords, walk away. You can only, and just, there seems, I don't know, more timeouts. I know everybody's on top of each other too. So you're going to really find out about relationships with people. I know I am. All right. Well, it looks like my guest has shown up. She is in the house, guys. And she didn't get the times mixed up, so it's all good. It is all good. But thank you, Captoria, for coming on. You know what? Go to my Facebook page or my YouTube page, and just like I said, there's freebies and giveaways and contests, so you have to do a little of the work. and, and figure out what works for you. But thank you very much. All right. Thanks for sharing out, Lynn. Yes, we knew it was the hubby. Okay. And you have a turquoise stone. Perfect. Use it, please. All right. I'm just going to bring the comments down. And next up, we have the beautiful and lovely Tabitha Polaris. She is a healer, a light worker, a guide. I'm just looking for her graphic. There she is. There she is. Yes, she's a singing light worker, an energy healer, Reiki master teacher, intuitive empathic medium. She works with the essential oils through Young Living, and she is the host of the Tabitha Polaris show and podcast. So, and she's a founder and owner of Hands in Harmony for over a decade, and she's provided healing products, classes, services to empower her local and online communities to live a life of holistic health and wellness. Super duper, and here she is. Hello. We don't have any sound. Okay, sure. Sounds good. Okay. Now, you might, Tabitha, you might have to go in and go out, or maybe it has something to do with your mic. But I did send instructions for that because StreamYard's kind of particular about it. All right, so you have the turquoise stone. Super. I love it. Pushpa wants to be a good healer in the future. You already are you are a healer. And don't worry about the English. It come from your heart, and there are no mistakes. Just go with your heart. Just start playing around, Pushpa. It's all good. It's all good. And keep me posted. We want to know what's going on, okay? But thank you so much. And yes, Kelly, you're welcome. All right, let's see. Are you there? It looks like you have muted yourself for some reason. That's what they're telling me. Oh, okay. Hi.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yay!
You made it. At work, I would unplug.
Well, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me. Hello, everyone.
Absolutely. Say hello to Tabitha.
So I have headsets. Would you like me to put that in? Is that better for your quality of sound, or is this okay?
We're going with it. So just
okay. I saw you reading cards, so I actually picked a card for everybody.
Oh, did you? Nice. Yay.
So the physician, so health and wellness for everyone.
All right. And that's Archangel Raphael.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well,
thank you so much.
It's a good one to start with.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Looks like everyone's happy. Yay. Hello, Lynn is saying. And
hi.
And I believe you can see comments too. So if you feel like you want to interact and chat, you can. If not, you can do it afterwards. And anyone that comes on the replay and has a question, put it in the comments, and we're still going to get in touch with you, okay? All right. So
hello.
Makiba is saying hello. Everyone's saying hello. And where are you? I'm in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada.
I have many friends there. I'm in New York. So
nice. New York's in
Long
the house.
Island, New York.
Beautiful. I believe Beth is, she's a New Yorker as well. Oh yeah, Long Island, right here. Because I just pulled a card for her. So look at that. Beth's in the house. All right, lovely. So now we were gonna talk about raising a frequency. Is that? And then at the end, you had a little treat for us where you're going to bring out your drum and do a little bit of singing for us.
Yes, I mean, I'm really kind of fascinated with sound healing frequencies and raising the vibration of the planet.
Yes.
And I just feel like, I could get it a little advanced, a little medium, and a little beginner for you, just so we all are empowered today to know how to raise our frequency and what lowers our frequency and why.
Yes.
And of course, at the end, I'll do a beautiful guided meditation. I have some singing bowls and the Rav Vastram, and those are healing frequency sounds that'll just automatically balance your chakras and raise your vibration. So that'll be lovely. But for now, I just want to tell you guys, when you hear a good song, or when someone who's very happy walks in the room, you feel better. And that's what it feels like when your vibration raises. Have you experienced this? So everything has a frequency, including what you eat, what you say, what you think, what you eat, and everything could be measured by hertz, actually. So music is sound, and sound is vibrational frequency. So to understand the basics of how I measure sound frequency and how we could use it to empower ourselves and heal ourselves, I want to teach you about intentional sound healing. Does that sound good?
Absolutely. I'm all about it.
All right, cool.
That's great.
And I did bring the heart chakra bowl for you. And I also
thank you so much.
Heart love. And I have the root chakra bowl, so that'll be later. But every note, like you guys are familiar with the piano. So every note on the piano, if you play one note, hi Brandy, you can measure that by a frequency. So it's defined by hertz. So basically, hertz is a unit derived from time that measures frequency, and frequency is simply how many times something happens. So a frequency of 1 hertz means that something happened 1 time in 1 second. So you'll get it as I go along, but if I say hertz, that's the measurement of the frequency of the note. So the note middle C on the piano, which is that white key in the middle, that's actually could be measured as 262 hertz. And that just simply means that it vibrates 262 vibrations per second. So you'll get it. But I just wanted you to have a tiny bit of an understanding when I talk about sound frequency healing. Every organ can be measured by hertz. So how cool is this? If we can measure our every organ and every chakra and our food, then we can start matching up ways to heal ourselves, which is so cool. So everything around us is energy. I'm sure if you follow this show, you know that we are these amazing energy beings having this amazing human experience. So when we pray, when we meditate, when we eat healthy food with no chemicals, we're raising our frequency and vibration. And I have specifics on that in a sec. Music can be measured in hertz, and every note can heal you in a certain way. Our body, mind, and soul is all connected, and hertz is how we can match up. So working with hertz intentionally is very cool. I'm sure some of you, have you seen those free YouTube songs that say like 432 hertz healing music on YouTube, and you can listen to that? Well, the reason why 432 hertz is so healing, that's the miracle tone of nature. That is the frequency of nature's music. That's also the same sound. It's the reason why people chant Om. So it's so interesting. Chanting Om can bring you into that frequency sound of nature. And right now we all need to get back into nature, and we have the time to go within and connect with the beautiful world around us. And what a blessing that is right now, that we can go outside and sit in the sun and ground ourselves and experience and appreciate nature. If you see on YouTube those miracle sounds, the 528 hertz, that's actually repairs DNA. Isn't that neat? So that's a beautiful way, so those I would suggest going on YouTube and listening to. You could listen to those anytime. 174 hertz actually removes pain. How cool is that? So the heart chakra can be measured at 639 hertz, which heals relationships. So you can play the note for the heart chakra and heal that part of you. So the heart chakra is F. And you can play that note on the piano. You can get a singing bowl. This is the crystal singing bowl.
Ooh.
Could you hear that?
Oh, yeah.
I played it a little loud. I wasn't sure how, but that's the F note. And it's actually just the coolest thing in the world that you can actually use singing bowls and tuning forks to help your chakras. Every chakra can be measured by hertz, and the 7 main chakras, I'm sure your community knows about what chakras are, right? I don't have to define them.
Yes. No, I don't think so.
I don't think so. But it's just really neat that each chakra can be measured, by a frequency, and then you can match up what frequency you need to heal them. Lynn listens to those YouTube sounds all the time, the songs on YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah, and 528 is the one she's working.
It's very soothing, very soothing. So the other thing is, the reason why sacred geometry is so healing, you guys know what sacred geometry is, right? That emits subtle energy. So vibration can be described as frequency, and frequency is expressed by measuring the hertz, and those numbers can be organized as forms and patterns, which is sacred geometry, which is why it's so healing. It's just so interesting, the energy that comes from sacred geometry. So if you have any plates or pendants or any sacred geometry, crystals, oils, all of these beautiful tools at our fingertips to raise our vibration. Have you found that you've had to meditate more, especially with what's going on in the world right now, to stay grounded and just ignore all the fear and stay within that heart-centered grounding yourself? Isn't meditation just extra important right now?
Yes, absolutely. And I just wanted to share with you just quickly, sorry. I have ways we can screen share and stuff. So if you had a graphic to show or whatever, I forgot to mention, but I made this graphic up, I think 6 months ago, and I just want to share with everybody.
Please
if you can see it.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Oh, I'm just going to take down her comment here, but yeah, and Lynn, if you need this, I can send this to you. So it tells you what each hertz is for, and I might even have to take it a step further and line it up with the chakras as well. So good reminder. Thank you. Go ahead. Sorry.
So I just love all this stuff. And as I'm learning, I'm kind of putting everything into a book, and it's all coming together for me. So it's just been quite fascinating. As a Reiki master, I would feel energy, and I knew that's how Reiki works. I know that's how most holistic modalities work. You're raising the frequency of organs, of the energy of the body to create healing. It's just so interesting. I need to Google you need to Google what that's for. So you can focus on uplifting thoughts. That simply raises your frequency. Like, you don't need to know the specific hertz. I'm going to give you 5 things right now that are so easy. So rest, make sure you're sleeping, a good full night's sleep during nighttime when the sun is down, and make sure you're in a quiet space with your phone far away with no TV on, and get a beautiful healing rest. That's when your body regenerates and heals. Listening to good spiritual teachers. I've been plugging into Carolyn Miss. Oh, is it Mice or Miss? You know who I'm talking about?
I have my own. That's someone I have not heard of.
She's amazing. And so if you have a favorite spiritual teacher or guru, plug in and listen to a little bit of that while you're cooking dinner, or even just stay put and make a ritual out of it and listen. But that is so helpful for me. I use Sage, and I, kind of clear my energy every morning. Every morning, And then I get some fresh air that raises your frequency. I use high frequency essential oils, and every oil can be measured as frequency, but the highest ones are like rose, frankincense, things like that. And then what lowers your frequency would be stress. So I would say you don't need to listen to the news. You could get an email from your senator, and just stay up with the numbers if you're interested. And if you're not interested, protect yourself. Just shut off the news, shut off the TV. Don't scroll on your Facebook feed. Go to people's pages intentionally, right? Just to visit them. Go to their pages and follow the people you like. There's no reason to scroll the feed right now. You really have to protect yourself, and you don't want to lower your vibration. Eating unhealthy foods full of processed foods and chemicals is really not good for you. It lowers your frequency. I know it's hard right now because, we only have a little, certain things in our house right now, but on a regular, staying away from sugar, try to eat fruits and vegetables, try to not eat chemicals. I even will take it a step further and say that when I eat meat, my intuition goes away. So I've started to eat more of a vegetarian diet naturally because I like vegetables better anyway, and I'm an animal lover, and it's better for the environment and the planet. So here I am now, gluten-free, almost vegan, and a vegetarian, 95% of the time, and I feel much better. Not preaching, I'll accept the way you live completely, but I'm just saying these things have helped me. And when you are in a state of anxiety, start thinking gratitude thoughts, because that can switch you out of that. So negative emotions, stress, and fear will lower your frequency and your vibration, and you can get yourself out of that very fast by thinking of 5 things that you're grateful for. And
gratitude journal.
It's a gratitude journal. It's a gratitude mindset. It's so beautiful. So do you find that you catch yourself, because we're human, Oh yeah. And it's only natural. Like, we're healers. We're going through the same thing, and I catch myself, and I'm aware of it. And the awareness is where I sit, and then I release it and transmute it out, and then I bring in good stuff, and I breathe. That's been very helpful to me as well. A couple cool things. Canned food, just so you know, it can be measured. It's a 0.
Yeah.
It's a 0. So if you have to eat canned food right now, maybe use some more essential oils and put some more crystals around you. You can even talk to your water, pray over your water.
Yeah. Your plants love it.
Frequency into everything. Our body's made of
hug a tree.
What did you say? Hug a tree?
Hug a tree. See what happens. No. Yeah.
Absolutely. So some really neat things is the human body, when it has cancer, can be measured at a lower frequency of 42 megahertz. The flu is 57. And when you have a cold, it's 58 megahertz. So it's just interesting that when scientists measure your body at certain times, so just so you know, you can grab any essential oil to raise your frequency at any time, as long as it's a good brand, because any essential oil falls between 47 to 580 megahertz. So that's another tool at your fingertips. A healthy human body resonates at 58 megahertz. So that's really, really interesting. Joy is 540, which is really cool. Yeah. So, just so you get an idea of it. My favorite essential oils. What's your favorite essential oil, Christine?
Peppermint. That's my go-to.
Peppermint is 78 megahertz. That measures 78 megahertz. Isn't that interesting? Anyone else in the comments want to put an essential oil in there? And I could tell you what the frequency is if it was measured. I have it. But rose is a very high frequency oil. It's 320 megahertz. So if you have rose, you can put a drop of rose in a water spray bottle and just spray your house and cleanse the energy of the room, or anoint your body with it or inhale it. It's very
I put them in my Epsom salt baths. I do.
And as healers, We definitely. Do you use oils? Because I know, do you use oils? You want to recommend the oil brands that you use, or would you like me to answer that question?
I believe it's Young Living. So
Yes, it is. I didn't want to go against what you use.
No, it's fine.
Young Living
Yeah.
is the best. Yes. So Young Living essential oils is therapeutic grade, high quality oils.
Yes.
Everything else in the supermarkets or stores are like fragrance, perfume, and not made.
Yeah. Nope.
So one really cool thing is that praying raises whatever frequency you're vibrating at by 15 megahertz.
Nice. So
Isn't that
pray
cool?
on.
Pray on and meditate. If you have a negative thought, that brings your frequency down by 12 megahertz. So you really want to be mindful of your thoughts, mindful of what you say, and keep that positive vibe going. Really, really interesting.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Does anyone have any questions? Oh, you love Thieves and Rose, Sandalwood and Rose. Let's see, Sandalwood, I can tell you, is 96 megahertz, and Rose is 320 megahertz. What else did they say? Wow. Yeah, it's interesting. So use your oils. Clove.
Yeah.
Clove they didn't measure, but it is in the blend Thieves. I wonder if they did. Thieves is 150 megahertz, so I would say it's a good one to use. It's high.
Yeah, it's pretty potent.
Ling-a-lang. Ling-a-lang. Did they measure that? I don't have the frequency for ling-a-lang. Some of the oils they did not measure. They didn't measure all of them. Thank you, Lynn.
Yes.
Thank you. Oh, you're welcome, Beth. So I will say some cool things that are really neat is the healing frequency of music is what I'm very passionate about as well. So I like to sing, and I like to play this Rav Vastrum that I got from Russia. And it's just beautiful, soothing tones. I can't wait for you guys to hear it. And then the singing bowls, I have a singing bowl that matches each chakra. And I just feel like that's why music therapy is around, right? Because it works and it raises your frequency, and it's just such a beautiful gift that we have. So let's see, some other really cool things that I do to raise my frequency is spend time with my children, my family. I call a friend. And if you are home during the quarantine, maybe like calling a good friend and talking, or like plugging into spiritual mentors or shows like this is really great to raise your frequency. And nature, like last night, I took a walk. I took a walk with my dog outside, and the moon was so beautiful, and Venus was like right there. It was so
I know, I saw her too. I was like, whoa, they're like right synced up. It was the first thing I saw. I didn't see any stars. It was just those two together.
And
I'm like, oh yes,
so close. Like I could touch them. They were so pretty.
Yes,
they were
very,
so
very pretty.
So pretty.
Somewhat. Beth likes the large white singing bowl. Yeah, those are pretty, very pretty. Lynn, she's one of my clients. She's hilarious. Her sense of humor is off the charts.
Lynn is so funny. You want me to show you how to play it, Lynn?
With a little hammer.
Other than hitting it with that little hammer that it comes with.
And I could actually just see her, like, she's just.
You can hit it. Let me see if I could. You can. Let's see.
Here, I'll just take her comment down there if you want. Then
let me show you real quick. So usually I use a mouse pad or a mat, or else it'll slide on the floor. I use a ring, and they come with these beautiful hammers, as she said. But you can hit it like that, and then that's a beautiful tone.
That is.
You can also.
And it's a practice and a meditation, and it takes time to master.
It's sliding a little bit, but when I'm on a rug, the sound gets so loud, and it's like this piercing tone. It's unbelievable. So you can just slowly practice around the outside and angle that, it's fun.
Because I've got my little, I call them my little Buddha bowl,
I love
and it
that
took a
Buddha bowl.
long time to get it. And you know what? It was me going, this has to work. Why isn't this working? It should be working. And once I let that go,
Yeah.
it's amazing. And I barely touch it, and it just hums like crazy now. It's like it's in sync with your energy and your thoughts.
Yeah.
It's like you're tied together. I get it. Believe me, when my son gave it to me, I'm like, he's like, it's easy, Mom, look. And then I went to do it, and I'm like, I'm losing my mind. But that was 2 years ago. So now we're good. We're good.
I
Go
love
ahead.
the show. I love everything that this show is about. I read about it, and like, just thank you so much for doing this for all of us. And I'm definitely going to be tuning in and sharing this show with everyone. And thank you so much for having me.
Oh, thank you. And I love, I'm here to help. And I feel the more we share and connect, we're just rising. And that's what we're here for.
A rising tide carries all ships. And I love to connect with other healers and light workers and also like-minded people. And that's who I want. I want those people all around me. And I'm vibing out all the other people that don't serve my highest good and releasing it. And that's kind of part of going into the golden age, right?
Yes.
So as I know some of you might be struggling with that, but it's happening. And you just got to release people and things that serve you, right?
Yeah, let go and let God.
Mm-hmm.
And if you take the E out of ego, it's let go.
See, this is so interesting you said that, because I rebranded recently. I had a corporation and I had, it was all about holistic healing. And then I was a singer and a musician, and I just used my own name. And I actually started connecting with my higher self. And I had this huge spiritual awakening the last 2 years, started to see like angel numbers and like, what is happening to me? Like, why am I seeing this number all the time? And I would Google it and then ask my friends. And I had my first awakening in 2012 when I got into holistic health.
Yes.
But the last 2 years were so intense, and I learned about twin flames, and I learned about angel cards and all these other tools, and my intuition just went off the charts. And I had to start asking intuitive friends to help me learn about, protecting yourself or shutting off, or but as far as the ego goes, what happened when I decided to just take everything that's happening to me and rebrand into one entity, I decided that it doesn't have to be perfect when I launched, because it's not about me. Like, it literally was like, my website's going up. It's not exactly what I want it to be, but it's functioning. Like,
it's beautiful.
Thank you. But like, I really think that that's such a beautiful message that you're portraying to everyone, because like, when you let go of your ego, it's really like we're all one. We're connecting to each other. And it's this beautiful, like, consciousness of love, and that 5D crystal diamond consciousness that we're all connecting to in the light. And it's just so much better to just put things out there to help someone. Like, it's like, it'll help someone. Maybe the sound quality isn't that great, but someone's going to need it. So I just let it all go now. And it's so much fun to live this way. I find it I find it so freeing, because I used to be in the place where I paralyzed myself, that I would analyze everything and make sure it was done the right way. And I'm like, and then there was no momentum.
Nothing would get done.
Nothing would get done. So if anyone's listening now, you have the time right now to step into your life purpose, your true self, go within. And if you're already there, fabulous.
Exactly.
But don't vibe me out, Lynn says.
Funny.
Yeah, I'm sure she will.
Yeah, Lynn works with crystals. She makes bracelets, beautiful. Yeah, she's all about crystals. And she's asking if that's a moonstone. I have a moonstone ring.
Yes,
you have a moonstone necklace.
It's moonstone on Herkimer diamond necklace.
Ooh,
so pretty. It's from the Reiki masters, and it's all infused with Reiki. And whenever I go to their center, I always leave with something. I can't help it.
Yeah. It's hard not to. It's like a kid in the candy store. in
Totally.
a way, right? So,
Totally.
and it's just like, and being more kind to our inner child. Would you
Yes.
give your child heck for not being able to walk when it's learning to walk?
Yeah.
No. You would encourage it and go, oh, you're doing such a great job. I love you. We need more of this loving, cuddling, you know, like just living in softness more.
I've just noticed, stepping back and watching from my point of view of what's happening right now, I see the earth healing itself.
Mm-hmm.
That thought's raising my vibration, raising the planet's vibration. I see reports that the ozone layer is healing, or that there's less pollution in the air.
Yes.
I
Yes.
see reports of dolphins and fish coming into the canals in Italy.
Mhm.
I just think that's so beautiful. So whatever's happening, I'm watching Mother Earth heal itself during this time. And I'm thinking that the people are healing themselves too. I've never seen a timeout before, but that's what I'm witnessing. And so everyone, you know, has their opinions and ideas of what's really happening. I really just trying to focus on what I see that's good and what I could do in this time to improve my life, my family, and the world. So that's the space I'm in. And that's hopefully the space that maybe you guys can stay in. But I do have a beautiful, relaxing meditation for you guys and some
Yay.
healing music for you to end the show. And did I get the time wrong, you said? Am I late?
No.
I didn't log in wrong? Because I'm
No.
on Eastern Standard Time, so I was like converting in my head. And I was like, I hope last night before bed, I'm like, all right, let me just check one more time. Make sure I don't miss the time.
Well, I had that as well. I woke up, I'm like, okay, someone's going to be late, but I didn't know who it was. That was what I woke up with. And I'm like, oh, well.
Was
What are you
someone
gonna-
late? Was someone late?
Yes, it's
Oh.
fine. It's all good.
Maybe I picked up on that and I thought it was me, so I kept like checking.
Funny. See how we kind of vibed freaked ourselves out?
Yeah,
Just that
so
collective being an
the
energy.
collective energy. So
Mhm.
funny. So let me do a little sound check and make sure you can hear the
Sure,
drum.
absolutely.
I will push the table.
Do you want me to give you full screen? Would that help?
Whatever you want, but I just wanted you guys to see the drum a little bit.
Okay, sure.
Whenever you're ready for me to start.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put you into solo. Then
Okay, I'm gonna
you'll
push
have enough
right
room.
here
Okay.
and sit over here. And I'm gonna just give me 1 second to move one bowl and then we're ready.
Sure, no worries there. All right, we will just come back and Lynn says, no, I'm not stalking you, Tabitha, but I did go like your page.
Oh, thank you. I love connecting with people. So
Yay. That's great, Lynn. Awesome. Awesome. All right.
And if there's anyone watching that, you know, I could support, if you make jewelry or sell anything that's good for the planet, please let me know.
Yes, absolutely. Let's support each other, right?
Yes. So let me see. Can you see it? Let me take this down. You might be able to see the drum now. There we go.
Oh, I see it. Okay, I see it now.
Yeah, I just wanted you to be able to see it.
Oh, there we go. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're sending you good vibes, Lynn, and everyone that's here in the collective. We had 11 folks here, so that's perfect.
Oh, wow. Good number.
Yes.
All right. Can you hear it?
Yep.
I'm locked out of my office, so I hope this is okay. It's my house. Next time I will be in my angel room.
It's all good.
All
This
right.
is the angel room. What are you talking about? No.
This was where I started treating clients when the kids were little in my house.
Okay, that makes sense.
When I got my own space, I moved everything into the new space, and then this I couldn't give up this room, so I have a futon couch, but I hang out in here all the time.
Oh, because it's got such a beautiful energy.
I call it my she cave.
Nice. We were just talking about she caves, she sheds, Zen
Really?
dens. Yeah, we were. Then the
That
last
is
show.
so
Yeah, you
funny.
bet.
I'll have to watch that. It's so funny. All right. Well, thank you for being with us. It's like a 5-minute beautiful guided meditation with some healing music. Maybe I'll sing some toning notes, but when it's done, you'll know because I'll bring you back and count you in.
Sweet.
So just relax in a comfortable position. You can relax, close your eyes, and listen to the sound of my voice. Take a deep breath in through your nose and exhale through your mouth. Release what does not serve your greatest and highest good. Be open to receive all that you need. Feel all of your physical tension melt away. Your body is relaxed. Feel the muscles in your face, jaw, neck, back, shoulders. Relax. Your arms, hands, hips, legs, ankles, and feet. Acknowledge all your current thoughts. Say thank you and let them go. Do not worry about the future or dwell in the past. Be present in this moment. Take another deep breath in through your nose. And out through your mouth. And now your mind is quiet. Connect with your spirit, your soul, your higher self. Call in your guardian angels and your spirit team. Connect with the beautiful life force energy that is God, source, and all that is. You are surrounded by a beautiful beam of white light coming down from the sky. You are safe and protected by this divine light. Take another deep breath in and out. Relax and listen to the music and the sound of my voice. 3, 2, 1. In your mind's eye, find yourself floating on a cloud. Your guardian angel sits next to you on the cloud. She has a few messages for you, and you listen and are open to receive them. She looks at you and says, "You are healthy and your immune system is strong. There is a divine plan. Trust in it and surrender." All of your angels, guides, and loved ones have your back. You are divinely protected. It's going to be okay, and this too shall pass. Everything had to break down to be rebuilt. Just watch how glorious everything turns out to be. and your body is healthy. Spend time in nature outside in the sun or moonlight every day. You will use this time to enjoy the global pause. Your thoughts, words, feelings matter, so focus on the positive changes happening all around you. You are free of doubt and fear and are full of love and light. Your soul radiates from the inside out and warms the hearts of others. Now think of all the things you are grateful for. Think of the free time you have to enjoy with your family, to connect with friends, to start creative projects, or just get lost in a book. You are grateful for your guardian angel and her wisdom, or his wisdom. You are grateful for all the comfort your guardian angel has to give you. And you can visit the cloud in your mind's eye whenever you like, anytime in the future. Place your hands together in Gasho, palms facing each other, and hold in front of your chest with your thumbs resting on your heart. Now it is time to return to your physical body and take a deep breath in and out. Wiggle your fingers and toes, gently stretch if you want to. You are fully present in your body. 3, 2, 1. I will now say the closing prayer affirmation. I will not worry. I will not be angry. I will do my work honestly. I will be grateful for my many blessings. I will be kind to my neighbor and all living things. I am grateful for today's experience, for the ability to release all that does not serve me. I call in peace and serenity. I stand strong in my I am presence. I feel revitalized, energized, refreshed, and balanced. Now open your eyes and relax your hands. Take a moment to acknowledge the credible divine consciousness that you are. You are love and light. You are a spiritual being having a human experience. You are part of the universe, and it would not be the same without you. Live in the light, spread the light, and be the light.
That was beautiful.
Thank you.
I love your drum, the tones. I could feel it I could feel it radiating and vibrating all through me and around me. I loved it. I felt myself being pulled in and then coming back. And yeah, it's great. I love it. Thank you so much. And hey, guys, please let us know what you felt, what you heard, what you saw. You know, just give it maybe colors. Maybe you saw, you know, animals. Who knows? You know, let us know. Let us
Yeah, I
know.
wasn't sure like how the bowls were going to translate without being mic'd. So if they were too loud or hurt your ears, I'm sorry, but I tried to play them.
No, they were beautiful. And Lynn's, well, this is interesting when, yeah, you read that. Explain to me why I get so emotional when I listen to these live meditations.
Well, when you are guided through a visual guided meditation, it kind of helps you release things that don't serve you, and you might get an emotional response, and it's okay because you're releasing and you're healing. So sometimes part of healing is crying or laughing or even getting a cold, because our emotions definitely affect our physical well-being and our body. So
Definitely.
it's okay. And just know that if you do get emotional, it's okay because it's part of the journey.
It is. You're shedding, you're releasing, you're
Yeah.
allowing, you're.
Thank you, Beth.
Yes, it was beautiful. It is beautiful. Ascending.
Yay! Brandy.
Is that a friend of yours?
I don't think so. I
No?
have to look.
I
There's
have
a
to
lot. I have a lot of friends on my page and my personal page, and
Yes.
I've been at so many events. So I don't mean to hurt your feelings if I don't recognize you, but I have to look.
It happens. And
thank you, Pushpa.
yeah.
Oh, I just love the healing drum. It's like I'm gonna pick it up.
I actually want to get one.
Look at this.
I know. You see all the tones on that? That's gorgeous. Yeah.
It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. And I will say that I'm just looking here. I'll put it on my lap. Anyone can play this. You don't have to be musically talented because it's in the key. You can pick whichever drum you want in a certain key, and any of these notes match together. So you can actually put it on your lap.
Yeah. Nice. Nice. It's all about playing.
And you just sit and play. It's like so much fun.
Exactly. You take the ego out of it and just have fun with it. Who cares?
Yeah, music is healing. More
It definitely is.
Peeled back, Lynn. Lynn says, yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Some people that are drummers play this like amazing. Like I'm a singer, I'm not a drummer. I play guitar, I play flute, I dabble. I'm not a drummer. But if you've been trained as a drummer, watch Sam Mayer or Mayer. There's an article on my website, on my blog about the Rav Vash drum, and I put a YouTube video of Sam playing in the subway, and that's how I discovered that drum. Because he made it sound like an orchestra.
Oh man.
He used like his thumb for tapping drum sounds and then his fingers for the notes, and it was so beautiful.
Love that. Yeah, I'll definitely have to check that out.
Maybe you could share it with your people, the link to YouTube, or maybe I could share it here. The link to the YouTube video. It's amazing.
Oh yeah, you can. Yeah, if you go into, well, you should be able to type in the comments. If not, go into private chat.
Can I open up a new browser and take the HTML code or like
yeah,
and I won't lose the live stream?
It shouldn't. You should be able to open another
because
browser.
I want everyone to watch his video. He's incredible. Let me go grab it real quick for you.
Sure. Pushpa is saying, oh, it's 1:17 a.m. in India. My goodness.
Wow.
That's late. I'm usually in bed by 10, but I love to hear you both, so I didn't sleep. I'm feeling very fresh. Aw, you're so sweet. Thank you for, being with us and, not sleeping. That's very, very beautiful, and we appreciate you being here. Definitely. Brandy's just saying it's her first experience with the group, and she shared this to the healers group I tune into with Andrea. who's my Reiki teacher. We'll definitely follow you, ladies, and send friend requests. Oh, thank you very much. Beautiful. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. And Tanetta, this was just sent to me to join. I'm just tuning in. Oh, Tanetta, thank you so much. Let us know where you're from. And yeah, we've probably got about 10 minutes left. So you're going to have to, you can rewind this at any point. Go through the schedule. There's readings, there's healings, there's tapping, there's trauma recovery, talking about our worthiness and such. So, all right.
All right, I put it up there.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. Oh, I see right here. There we go.
It's incredible.
You know what? I probably have seen it. It just doesn't, I mean, I've seen so many videos, so much out there. You go down the YouTube hole, proverbial rabbit hole.
Oh, the rabbit hole of YouTube.
Yes. All right,
Well,
there. I put it up there for you guys to have a look at. It's there.
It's amazing. I discovered it, and he's playing a hand pan drum, which is different from what I have. They actually don't even manufacture hand pans anymore.
Oh, wow.
So they're thousands of dollars, and you have to find one that's already made. So then I did a little research, and an inventor in Russia, who's a musician and an engineer, created the Rav Vast drums, and they're actually much easier to play and clean, and they sound beautiful. So I went with them, and I'm so happy I did.
Nice. That's amazing. I've also seen, I think they're out of Italy. It's a gong, but it's beautiful. I mean, it's got rainbow iridescence all over it, and it's the same. It reminds me of your drum, but it hangs, but it has the same type of tones.
Wow.
Yeah. And you play it on separate parts. Like, I'd have to find the video, but I can't even remember what they're called, but they're out of Italy. So.
Oh, Brandy said someone invited her to watch Makiba.
Oh yes, Makiba. Yes, such a blessing. Yes, thank you so much, Makiba. There's a lot of new faces as opposed to last week, and going forward for next week, I'm going to be bringing in more light workers, more of us collectively, raising love to the 5D and beyond.
Good. And I'd love to have you on my podcast and introduce you to my crew.
Oh, thank you. And then you're going to have to come back on my podcast. I have one as well. It's on every Wednesdays. When is yours on?
I release mine on Tuesdays.
Okay.
So I record usually, I used to record at a radio station, and then I started doing Zoom to get me through, now.
Yes.
So I rip the audio off of Zoom and upload it as a podcast. Well, I edit in GarageBand.
Yes. Okay.
So it's helpful, and anyone can do that. GarageBand's pretty drag and drop simple. It's not too bad.
Nice. That's awesome.
But I did just buy some new equipment that I have the time now to learn how to use to do my podcast anywhere.
Yeah. So this is a great time to learn about things that you didn't have time for. And that's including yourself, or taking up a hobby, or dreaming, having fun again, and just meandering. We don't meander.
The only thing I'm kind of bummed about is I was in the middle of recording an album and of guided meditations and music, and it's on hold. So I'm like, okay, well, I'll just do other things, and it's all divine timing. So
it is.
I just roll with it. That's what everyone needs to do, is roll with it, right?
Roll with it, like water, flow.
The
water does not see the stone and go, I'm not going there. It just goes.
Yeah. So I'm so curious about you. I know you're a beautiful healer. When did you start the 24K healing show?
Oh my goodness. I had to go back and look, but my calendar's telling me April.
So recent.
Almost a year. Yeah. Yeah. But the business I started in 2018.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of healing Reiki and all that.
Yeah. Yeah. I had a mentor that told me that my depression and anxiety are a side effect of me not living intuitively and not using my gifts of being a light worker. And I was like, what? No one's ever told me that before. Nobody.
Such a good fix.
Yeah.
much better than
The
another
pills and
local.
everything else, you
I
know.
love that answer. I want to
Mhm.
hug that doctor, person,
She's
mentor.
actually an internationally known medium. She lives close to me actually, so, but
Can we talk? I mean, I'm sure your listeners, I'm sure
yes,
everyone's intuition is expanding because this is a season.
absolutely.
So I've always been intuitive, but now it's off the charts. So I would say find a mentor
Hmm.
and ask questions because it is a little overwhelming. Like I got to the point where I was receiving visions and messages for people, and I would feel like I was going to die if I didn't tell them these messages.
Yeah,
You can't go around to everyone you know telling them
no,
messages because that's not realistic.
it's not ethical.
Ethical, like it's insane. So I
Mm.
had to learn. Well, I learned about all the different types of intuition. I learned about
The clairs
the
and
clairs. I
yeah,
learned about developing all of them, and then I learned about protection and how to shut off. So, like, if you know you have
yes.
like a boundary, like I have a little thing, like at night, I'm like, okay, love you. In case it's an emergency, I'm shut off right now.
That's right. You have to make rules with spirit.
You
And I
do.
actually have a mentorship that talks about everything you just said.
Oh,
It's a
tell
four
everyone about that. I want
It's
to know.
once a week. It's an hour a week. We do it online. I've taken a couple ladies through already, and we go through your ego, your inner child stuff, your trauma. Then we go how to develop your intuition. We go on how to work with your chakras, on how to clear and cleanse yourself, smudge, the whole 360. And then by the time you come out of it, you're doing a reading on me because you're there. You just need the confidence. You just need the tools. You just need a
Wow.
guide. That's all you need. And then boom, Christmas tree lit up, on away you go. I mean, I did free readings. I must have done at least 50 of them before I started charging. Because
Yeah,
this
that's
was like,
interesting.
oh, I don't know. Are you sure you can do this? Absolutely.
I think too, trusting your own self and getting out of the way, like not
Yes.
second guessing what you're hearing, feeling, or knowing,
Hmm.
but I think too, even if you don't want to read people or do that as a profession, you can use this intuition to
In your
improve your own life in your daily life.
Absolutely.
So like everyone has the first stage, which is your instincts.
Mm.
So it can protect you from danger. It could tell you if someone's a good person or a bad egg. Stay away, danger.
Yeah, that's right. Danger, danger. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's like the first stage. And then just like, listen to that little voice in your head. Like sometimes I don't listen and I'm like, oh, that's why I should have made a left. Or, that's the beginning. But now with this beautiful ascension happening, and I never thought it would look like this. I knew it was coming.
Yes.
I had no idea it was gonna look like this, but it's all happening. And that's why I want to align with all of you. Like you're my people.
Mm-hmm.
And I would do anything for you and support you. And I just want to surround myself with good people. And part of my mission is gathering light workers and like-minded people. And that's why, almost like stranger danger, she says with the instinct. Yes. So part of my mission is just gathering light workers because together, and also people that are interested in,
That are curious.
that are beginning the journey or,
Absolutely.
I just think that's so important that we all have a tribe or a group and collaborate and help each other and lift each other up. I do feel we've learned and been awoken, and now it's like time to work and put all the things we know into
That's right.
right
Into action.
Feel that call. So I used to be like in learning mode, even though I was doing Reiki and doing all these beautiful things and keynote speaker on health and wellness, things like that. It's different now.
It is.
So it's beautiful.
I agree. Yeah, we're all in this. Oh, totally. Let's go. I'm ready.
Everyone's
am.
on Facebook.
I know, especially
I'm so happy.
they look at you like what's wrong with you?
What is wrong with her?
I turn around and say, I've lost my mind and I feel terrific and you should join me. But anyways, Because, unfortunately, when you're living in fear, you're fear-based.
Yes.
That's how it comes across. So,
Mhm.
oh man, I could talk to you for hours.
Soul
And we
sisters.
definitely got to connect offline, like, friend me and all that stuff. And
Okay.
we'll get talking more about podcasts and go from there. All right. Well, you guys, if you love this, please comment below. If you have more questions, share this out. Let's keep this high vibe, this 5D love going. And tune in for next Saturday. You never know what's going to happen, what's coming up. And as I mentioned, my show is coming up on the Wednesday, and I did put a question mark in, but the gentleman he's a trauma. He's a former addict as well, and now he teaches people how to release addictions and trauma. So he's a pretty spectacular guy. I can't wait to have him on the show. That's this Wednesday at 4 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. And we've got a few more comments. Everyone's saying thank you so much.
Thank you, Beth.
Thank you. And you got a cheerleader there, Tabitha. We got to bring you back.
And I promise, like, next time I'll have like my mics and it'll sound better and I'll be able to like use my equipment, because what I do usually is like I sing and play things and then have it continue to play so I could like concentrate on reading my meditation or sing. So I did the best I could under the circumstances.
Yeah.
I had so much fun. Thank you so much for having me.
Yes, thank you. And I want to wish you guys love, light, and blessings. And please remember, healing begins where the ego ends. Take care, guys.
Thank you.